Chapter 1447. The Green Charm Sea was located in the center of the flying star firmament's Green Charm region. There were countless ferocious beasts in the Green Charm Sea. It was an extremely dangerous place in the Green Charm region. Few people would come to the Green Charm Sea. A strange black shadow flew over the Azure Charm Sea. A 10,000-meter-long ferocious beast with a dragon's head and a tortoise's body resembled the black tortoise by 60% to 70%. It exuded terrifying Great Sage-level energy fluctuations as it emerged from the sea. It opened its mouth and chomped madly at the strange black shadow. "You're courting death." A black light shot out of the shadow and entered the body of the Green Charm Sea fierce beast. The Great Sage fierce beast trembled. Black pustules appeared on its body. It collapsed on the sea and turned into a corpse. Black pus flowed out of the Great Sage fierce beast's body. Wherever it passed, floating corpses appeared. Soon, with the Great Sage fierce beast as the center, everything within 1,000 miles turned into a hell of corpses. The fierce beasts of the Green Charm Sea fled the area when they saw this. They didn't dare to provoke the strange shadow. The strange shadow quickly appeared in the center of the Green Charm Sea. At this time, hundreds of eternal beings from different domains and heavens had gathered in the center of the Green Charm Sea. These eternal beings exuded a terrifying eternal aura. The fierce beasts in the Green Charm Sea had already fled without a trace. Every eternal was shrouded in layers of distorted enchantments, making it difficult for people to see their true faces. Beams of starlight fell from the sky. A star fell from the sky and landed on the sea. On that star, there was a palace blooming with countless starlight. Countless beautiful girls were dancing in the palace, and an extremely handsome young man was sitting at the top of the star. Beneath the young man stood 14 eternal sovereigns, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He killed the Morning Star Lord. A fourth-level eternal being killed the Morning Star Lord, one of the 3 strongest giants of the flying star firmament. The Eternals who were watching from the sidelines looked at the young man with a solemn look in their eyes. The strength of an eternal being at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm was far above that of other eternal beings. A spirit mountain flew over from afar and landed here. At the peak of that spirit mountain, there was a palace. Inside the palace, there was a huge 9-headed bear sitting on a 10,000-meter-tall throne. The 9-headed bear's eyes were cold, and it wore a necklace made of skulls around its neck, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Below the 9 giant bears stood 17 eternal sovereigns in beast form, and each of them exuded a ferocious aura. There were 23 execution platforms on the Spirit Mountain, and every execution platform had an eternal sealed on it. Miserable screams echoed from the execution platforms. Any existence below the Moonlight Warlock rank will be shocked to death once they hear the screams of the eternal sovereigns. 9 devil bears, one of the 3 giants of the flying star heavens. He's the 9 devil bears, one of the 3 tycoons of the flying star firmament. More than 30 eternal beings have died at his hands. He even sealed more than 5/3 heaven of the eternal realm powerhouses. If you fall into his hands, it'll be a fate worse than death. The Eternals in the surroundings looked at the 23 execution platforms with fear in their eyes. Eternal beings have immortal bodies. Even if they are killed, they can be reborn in the universe or realm engraved with the mark of eternity. But once he was sealed in the execution platform, he would be in a state where he could neither live nor die. Every eternal being has a steel-like will. But even so, if they are sealed and tortured for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, few eternal beings can withstand that kind of pain. A black light emerged in the void, and the void was enveloped by endless shadows and darkness. Amidst the endless shadows and darkness, a distorted, bizarre eyeball appeared and looked around. Shadow Demon Lord, one of the 3 tycoons of the flying star firmament, the most terrifying assassin. Reportedly, a 5th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse was assassinated by him. When the eternal sovereigns saw that strange, distorted eyeball, they felt a chill in their hearts. They were like prey that had been targeted, and all of them remained silent. They didn't clear the place. Sure enough, although a 4th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse is extremely powerful, but they still can't compete with hundreds of eternal beings. Yang Feng hid in an alternate space and observed quietly. Every eternal, even if it's just a first heaven of the eternal realm, is extremely powerful. It's not that the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons don't want to clear the place and monopolize the Sky Star Lord's secret realm, but they still lack the strength to do so. Even a 7th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse cannot resist the siege of hundreds of eternal beings. Only the powerhouses of the 9th heaven of eternal realm could kill hundreds of eternal realm experts, one by one without burning their eternal marks. At noon, in the center of the green charm sea, the sea water churned, and an ordinary stone flew out of the sea and cracked open. A pearl mussel emerged from the stone, opened its shell, and spat out a black pearl. The black pearl shone brightly and sank into the void. Rays of distorted light shone, and formed an incomparably huge distorted passageway. Beams of light flashed as one eternal after another shot toward the distorted passage like raindrops. The flying star firmament's 3 tycoons turned into 3 streams of light and entered the distorted passage. It shouldn't be a trap. After Yang Feng saw the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons enter the distorted passage, he walked out of the void, and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. He pondered for a while, and then waved his hand, and a space ruler entered the distorted passage. I lost contact. As expected of an eternal's secret realm. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and hesitated for a while. Then, with a flash of determination in his eyes, he stepped into the distorted passage. With a flash of distorted light, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world. Within that incomparably vast world, extremely dense life source energy permeated the air. It was filled with an incomparably powerful vitality. At the same time, the world is shrouded by a powerful lock that suppresses the strength of eternal beings. 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, as expected of an eternal secret realm. Sure enough, there are treasures everywhere. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous soul force, and his eyes lit up at once. This secret realm is a treasure trove left by an 8th firmament eternal powerhouse. As such, it is natural that it is full of precious extraordinary plants. The various extraordinary plants in the secret realm are enough to let an ordinary person practice cultivation to the eternal sovereign realm. Every eternal sovereign will leave different treasures in different places. After all, after they die, they will resurrect using all kinds of strange means. Moreover, their enemies are also very terrifying. If they don't leave behind some treasures, then even if they resurrect, they won't be qualified to be enemies with their past opponents. Spatial fluctuations emerged in the void, and Zero stepped out of the void. A level 8 stronghold appeared behind him, and he landed on the ground. Countless mechanical towers emerged, began to analyze the composition of this world, and began to erode it. Countless tiny robots flew in all directions, and soon, a constantly improving map appeared in Yang Feng's mind. There's an eternal god tree. This trip was really worth it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took a step and disappeared. On a spirit mountain, there was a 1,000-meter-tall divine tree covered in golden leaves. There were 10 miniature suns hanging from its branches. Countless sun god flames appeared around the golden divine tree and burned everything. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and came to in front of the divine tree with excitement in his eyes. Eternal God Tree, Sun Spirit Origin Tree. This is the legendary Eternal God Tree. It blooms every 1 million years, and bears fruit every 1 million years. It takes 2 million years for 10 fruits to be born. If these 10 fruits fall into a small world, they can evolve into a sun and illuminate the world. These 10 Sun Spirit Origin fruits are enough to increase my chances of advancing to the 4th firmament Eternal Realm by 5%. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long true spirit-ranked fierce beast sun-burning snake engraved with sun runes and exuding an invincible overlord aura appeared and bit towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at the sun-burning snake, and all the bloodline power of the sun-burning snake was extracted in an instant, and then it turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Eternal God Tree, Sun Spirit Origin Tree. I, the Myriad Tigers Lord, am really lucky to get such a precious treasure. Get out of my way, I won't kill you. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. A cold voice came from the void, and an eternal with a tiger head and a human body, a pair of dragon wings on the back, and a bloodthirsty aura emerged from the void. Get out of my way, all of you. This is a treasure that belongs to me. The eyes of the myriad tigers lord shimmered fiercely, and he roared wildly towards the sky, and third firmament eternal realm aura diffused from him. Feeling the terrifying aura of the myriad tigers lord, the countenance of the Eternals rushing over changed dramatically, and they concealed their aura. The myriad tigers lord smiled ferociously at Yang Feng and said, "Human, get out of my way. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing you apart, sealing you in my tiger resentment blade, and letting you struggle in pain for 100 million years." Chapter 1448. In this world, there are many people who are qualified to say this to me, but you are not one of them. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step forward. Ripples flickered, and he appeared in front of the myriad tigers lord, and sent a palm barreling towards him. A time whirlpool, a spatial rift, a devour black light, and a power blade intertwined, and formed a black sphere barreling towards the myriad tigers lord with terrifying might. "Go to hell!" The myriad tigers lord roared, and countless runes appeared on his body. Once a rune lit up, it formed a huge tiger god that entered his body. An illusory world slowly rose behind the lord of all tigers. Within that world, countless experts of the tiger race were praying. The power of the entire world converged into one and flowed into the lord of all tigers' body. The myriad tigers lord extended his claw, and hundreds of millions of tiger roars erupted, tore apart the sky, and barreled towards Yang Feng with the power of hundreds of millions of tigerkin powerhouses. Eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks aren't the only ones who establish a world inside them. In many universes, it is mainstream to establish a world inside them and mobilize world force to fight. When the black sphere and the giant claw collided, the claw of the myriad tigers lord crumbled bit by bit. Yang Feng slammed his palm into the myriad tigers lord. Black light shone, and the world behind the myriad tigers lord crumbled. The hundreds of millions of tigerkin powerhouses screamed, collapsed, and turned into a mist of blood. The myriad tigers lord's eternal body disintegrated in an instant. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the myriad tigers lord's eternal body. "Who are you? How dare you kill me? I won't let you get away with this. I'll remember you." Inside the devour black hole, the myriad tigers lord issued a heaven-shaking roar, and the eternal origin inside him poured into Yang Feng like a breached dam. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "You have no chance." After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the myriad tigers lord turned into dust and scattered with the wind. The myriad tigers lord died. Who is that person? So strong. What the hell is his origin? The surrounding Eternals looked at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. Although the Lord of all Tigers wasn't a terrifying existence like the three powerhouses of the Flying Star Heavens, he was still a notorious villain in the Flying Star Heavens. More than 5 Eternal Sovereigns had fallen at his hands. For such a terrifying powerhouse to be killed by Yang Feng, and so easily at that, it shocked everyone. Along with flashes of light, the Eternal Sovereigns gathered here disappeared, not daring to provoke Yang Feng. Yang Feng extended his hand, and black rune chains emerged and grabbed a sword engraved with countless mysterious runes, exuding fearsome fluctuations, and a demonic sword exuding resentment from the void. That demonic saber was the tiger grievance saber of the Lord of all Tigers. It was also an extremely terrifying eternal treasure. It actually sealed 3 Eternal Sovereigns. This Lord of all Tigers sealing technique isn't bad either. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he pointed with his finger, and numerous mechanical threads extended from his finger and stabbed into the tiger resentment blade. Runes emerged, and 3 Eternal Sovereigns flew out of the tiger resentment blade. A devouring black hole emerged, swept towards the 3 Eternal Sovereigns and swallowed them, devouring their eternal essence. Mechanical threads extended from the Dawn God armor, wrapped around the tiger resentment blade, and devoured the eternal treasure. Ripples flickered in the void, and a bare paw capable of tearing apart the sky barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent a fist barreling towards the bare paw. Boom! A fearsome crack appeared in the void, and Yang Feng was blasted into the ground. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked open. To be able to take a blow from me and not die. You're not bad, you lowly thing. However, you dared to kill a beast-man eternal sovereign. Then become a member of my execution platform. A spirit mountain appeared in the void. On top of the spirit mountain there is a bear. He is one of the flying star heaven's 3 tycoons, the 9 fierce bear devil. Below the 9 fierce bear devil, there are 3 eternal sovereigns. A tiger, a leopard and an ape. They are eternal sovereigns subordinated to the 9 fierce bear devil. The 9 fierce bear devil looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes. 9 fierce bear devil. One of the flying star heaven's 3 tycoons. This time, that human eternal sovereign is dead for sure. The 9 fierce bear devil likes to kill human eternal sovereigns the most. That human eternal sovereign is dead for sure. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some eternal sovereigns who haven't left yet shimmered with excitement, and they hid in an alternate space, cast secret methods, and watched what happened here. One of the flying star heaven's 3 tycoons. Interesting, let me see what you've got. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the god armor of dawn he wore burst out with countless runes, and formed a set of rune armor around him. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a halberd containing eternal force appeared. Surrounded by torrents of time, he flew towards the 9 fierce bear devil as if teleporting. How dare you? You lowly human, you dare to attack the Lord. That's a heinous crime, you deserve to die. The eyes of the eternal with a tiger head and a human body shimmered fiercely, and he drew the white tiger blade, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed at him with an afterimage. A white tiger exuding eternal sovereign rank breath emerged, extended its claw, and grabbed towards Yang Feng with the power to crush everything. Scram! Yang Feng brandished the halberd, and a frightening black halberd ray slashed the white tiger, chopped it into pieces, and then slashed the white tiger blade. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the tiger-headed eternal was blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he coughed up a large amount of blood. Don't do anything. I'll deal with him. The eyes of the 9 fierce bear devil shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a black ray shot into the execution platform. The 23 execution platforms flashed faintly, and countless runes appeared. One after another, eternal sovereign projections emerged from the execution platforms. The 23 illusory eternals intertwined and fused together to form a strange, 10,000-meter-tall entity with dragon horns, ghost horns, sharp blades, and 23 pairs of eyes. It also had wings and a tail. Exuding a warping force field, the freak formed from 23 eternal sovereign projections appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a claw barreling towards him. Dragon force, ogre force, evil god force, giant force, and other kinds of eternal force merged with resentment force and blasted towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the freak's claw, a fearsome force blasted him 10,000 kilometers away. Amazing! Sure enough, Fourth Firmament Eternal Realm fellows aren't simple. Yang Feng was sent flying, and traces of eternal blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. Lowly human, you will become the 24th prey on my execution platform, and also a part of this execution platform monster. Atop the spirit mountain, the 9 fierce bear devil revealed a tyrannical and cruel smile in his eyes. The execution platform monster is one of the trump cards of the 9 fierce bear devil, and its battle prowess is comparable to that of a Fourth Firmament Eternal Realm freak. Coupled with the 9 fierce bear devil himself, when 2 Fourth Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses join forces, they can even fight a 5th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Not necessarily. This time, the one to die will be you. Catch it. The 9 fierce bear devil's face sank, and he ordered the execution platform monster. Countless runes shone on the spirit mountain, and it teleported and appeared in front of Yang Feng. The eyes of the execution platform monster flickered fiercely, and it extended a claw containing 23 kinds of eternal force towards Yang Feng. This execution platform monster's battle prowess is terrifying, comparable to that of a Fourth Firmament Eternal Sovereign. But after all, Its main body is just a spirit mountain. In other words, as long as the spirit mountain is destroyed, the execution platform monster will naturally collapse by itself. Yang Feng calmly pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time and fate emerged and froze this space-time. In the distance, Zero opened his eyes. Behind him, the level 8 stronghold's destruction cannon flashed, and a terrifying beam of destruction tore through the sky and barreled towards the spirit mountain. Damn it! The countenance of the 9 fierce bear devil changed dramatically, and he waved his hand, and the eternal treasure black tortoise shield flew out. Light of eternity emerged, and a 10,000-kilometer-long black tortoise appeared in the void, and opened a powerful black tortoise barrier to block in front of the spirit mountain. When the beam of destruction slammed into the black tortoise barrier, it easily pierced through the barrier and slammed into the spirit mountain. In an instant, the spirit mountain's defensive barriers collapsed and were devoured by the beam of destruction. No, the heart-wrenching scream of the 9 fierce bear devil came from the spirit mountain. The 23 execution platforms crumbled inch by inch, and 23 eternal sovereigns flew out of the execution platforms and were devoured by the beam of destruction. The insufferably ferocious executioner monster also collapsed and disappeared. Chapter 1449. Human, you deserve to die. You lowly human, you deserve to die. A crazy roar came from within the light pillar of destruction. The 9 fierce devil bear, actually rushed out of the light pillar. After the 9 fierce bear rushed out of the beam of destruction, 2 of its 9 heads exploded, but its body is unscathed. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he belched a black beam of light that pierced through the sky barreling towards Zero. In the distance, Zero clenched her silver teeth, waved her lily-white hand, and opened a powerful barrier. When the black beam shot out by the 9 devil bears slammed into the barrier, the entire barrier collapsed. The black beam of light slammed into the level 8 stronghold, blasted the destruction beam into pieces, and blasted open a huge hole in the stronghold. The destruction beam is one of Yang Feng's trump cards, and it is extremely powerful. The might of a single beam is comparable to a full-powered strike of a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse. But it also has many flaws. It takes up to 10 minutes to recharge, and after a single strike, the offensive power and defensive power of the level 8 stronghold will drop to the freezing point. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 9 fierce bear to damage Zero's level 8 stronghold with a single strike. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the 9 fierce bear with a teleport, performed the Devour Heaven method, and slashed at the 9 fierce bear with his halberd. Lowly thing, die for me. The eyes of the 9 fierce bear flickered fiercely, and he brandished his huge bear paw and slammed it towards Yang Feng. Boom! When the 2 powerful forces collided, the 9 fierce bear spewed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. How is this possible? The 9 fierce bear, one of the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons, was sent flying by a human eternal sovereign with a single strike. What a terrifying power! The spectating eternal sovereigns were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The 9 fierce bear is an eternal sovereign known for his strength. In the flying star firmament, he is ranked first in terms of strength. You've got guts. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear shimmered fiercely. Runes emerged, and he shrank into a 10-meter-tall form. Black light emerged on his body. The 9 savage bear fiend took a step forward, and the entire void was torn apart. All things were destroyed, and the sun, moon, and stars were collapsing. All sorts of phenomena appeared behind him. Heaven-devouring stab. A river of time emerged in the void, and Yang Feng emerged from the river of time with a cold look in his eyes. As if a god overlooking the world, he frantically extracted eternal force and formed a 10,000-kilometer-long devourer spike that pierced through the past, present, and future, and stabbed towards the 9 fierce bear devil. Skyrending palm. The eyes of the 9 savage demon bears shone with a ferocious light as eternal power surged furiously. Countless phantom images of massive bears gathered to form a terrifying bear paw that was 10,000 meters long, bringing with it a power that could crush everything. It slapped towards the Heaven Devourer thrust. When the Heaven Devourer thrust hit the huge bear paw, It forcibly pierced through the huge bear paw, stabbed into the 9 savage demon bear devil, and blasted him flying towards the ground. Blasted by the remnant power of the Heaven Devourer palm, Yang Feng's body cracked open, and a large amount of eternal blood sprinkled in the sky. Mutual destruction. To be able to contend with the 4th firmament eternal realm 9 savage demon bear devil, with his 3rd firmament eternal realm cultivation base. How heaven-defying! The eyes of the spectating Eternals shimmered with enigmatic light. It is already common knowledge in the Eternal world that it is impossible for a 3rd firmament Eternal Sovereign to defeat a 4th firmament Eternal Sovereign. For Yang Feng, to be able to fight the 9 savage demon bear devil to a draw is simply heaven-defying. An afterimage emerged from the ground. Shadowy appeared and stabbed at the 9 savage demon bear devil with the ruler's shadow spear. No! The 9 savage demon bear devil and Yang Feng are both injured. Caught off guard, the 9 savage demon bear devil was stabbed in the heart by Shadowy's spear. Countless shadow force condensed into sealing runes that permeated the body of the 9 dire bear devil, sealing its power. Go to hell! A torrent of time appeared in front of the 9 savage demon bear devil, and Yang Feng walked out of the torrent of time. With a cold look in his eyes, he slashed down with his halberd, and chopped the 9 savage demon bear devil into countless pieces. A devour black hole emerged, engulfed the 9 savage demon bear devil, and frantically devoured the 9 savage demon bear devil's eternal origin. Human! Despicable, shameless, and lowly thing! How dare you kill me? I won't let you off! Inside the devour black hole, the 9 savage demon bear devil issued miserable screams. His eternal origin poured out, his body trembled, and then turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. Dead. It turns out that he still had a backup plan. Damn it. The Eternals in the void stared at Yang Feng with unwillingness in their eyes. In the opinion of the Eternals, it would be best for Yang Feng and the 9 savage demon bear devil to fight each other to the death. In this way they can reap the benefits. In the void, ripples flickered, and a mirror appeared behind Yang Feng. A colorless and invisible dagger shot out of the mirror and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Almost at the same time, a black arrow shot out from a dark cloud, shrouded in a torrent of fate, and locked onto Yang Feng. A scarlet true dragon exuding 1st firmament eternal breath descended from the sky, and extended its claw, and true dragon flames that can burn everything shot towards Yang Feng. A dark green flower bloomed on the ground. Inside the flower there are 3 suns. The terrifying sunlight shone on Shadow, dispelled the shadows around Shadow, and formed a seal of light barrier that sealed Shadow inside. The 4 eternal sovereigns joined forces and launched a killing blow when Yang Feng was at his weakest. If Yang Feng was at his peak, the 4 eternal sovereigns wouldn't dare to make a move. But now that he and the 9 savage demon bear devil are both injured, it immediately aroused killing intent. Fighting with the clam, the fisherman reaps the benefits. This kind of thing is what I like to do the most. Unfortunately, my injuries aren't as serious as they appear. This is a trap I set up to hunt you idiots. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then suddenly turned around and extended his claw, grabbed the hand of the person in the mirror, and pulled out a gorgeous, silver-haired woman with devastatingly beautiful hair. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman screamed miserably, "No! Don't kill me. I am the wife of the Shadow Fiend Lord. If you kill me, the Shadow Fiend Lord won't let you off." A copious amount of devour black light swept towards the silver-haired beauty, and the silver-haired beauty shriveled up, turned into ashes and disappeared. Scram! Yang Feng slapped the black arrow with his palm and smashed it. "An eternal sovereign true dragon. Your bloodline is of great use to me. Die." Yang Feng extended his hand towards the sky, and a black claw emerged and grabbed the true dragon. Fearsome devour force erupted and extracted the true dragon's bloodline, and it turned into a drop of blood that fell into his hand. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed the true dragon, and devoured its eternal origin. In the dark clouds in the distance, a black ray emerged, burned the eternal origin, and turned into a black thread that disappeared into the horizon. 3 suns flew out of the dark green flower and barreled towards Yang Feng and the shade, respectively. Boom! The three suns detonated in an instant, and fearsome sun fire engulfed Yang Feng in shade. The green flower sprouted a pair of green wings, which flapped slightly and burned eternal origin. Enveloped in a green gale, it flew into the distance. Since one escaped, then you shall die here in his place. A cold voice came from the sun fire, and devour black light swept out and devoured the energy of the explosion of the three suns. Yang Feng stepped out of the sun god fire, looked at the dark green flower, and extended his hand. A strange demonic claw suddenly jumped out of the river of time, grabbed the emerald green flower, and crushed its defensive boundary. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. The dark green flower shone with green light, and then turned into a beautiful woman with long green hair, a leaf armor, and a garland on her head, and pleaded pitifully to Yang Feng. Die. His face expressionless, Yang Feng squeezed coldly. The demonic claw directly squeezed and crushed the peerless beauty, wearing a flower wreath on her head. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the beautiful woman with a garland, and devoured her life origin. Eternal origin stones appeared one after another, and tremendous eternal origin force poured into Yang Feng. Who else wants to throw away their lives? A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns in the void. Wherever his gaze fell, the eternal sovereigns felt a chill in their hearts, and then turned into streams of light, and fled into the distance. Yang Feng grabbed the sun spirit origin tree, and threw it into the world inside him. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards zero. Chapter 1450. Since you dare to follow me, then go to hell. After flying for a while, a torrent of time suddenly appeared on Yang Feng, and he disappeared with a teleport. When he appeared in the void, he extended his hand and extended it. Stop, I just glanced at you. In the hidden void, a huge tree with a human face appeared. Its vines fluttered and formed a tree enchantment. It roared loudly. You used a spell to spy on my whereabouts. That's a crime worthy of death. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stabbed the vines of the big tree with a human face, and countless devour runes appeared. The vines of the big tree withered continuously, as if stabbing tofu. Yang Feng's right hand stabbed into the big tree, and countless devour runes erupted and permeated the big tree eternal sovereign. No, a human. Spare. A look of horror on its face, the big tree eternal sovereign roared wildly, trembled, and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. Yang Feng grabbed all the treasures hidden inside the big tree eternal sovereign, threw them into his world, and looked at the void with a gaze as sharp as lightning. The eternal sovereigns with ill intentions cast secret methods, and fled in different directions, for fear that Yang Feng would find an excuse to kill them. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief, then disappeared with a teleportation, and appeared beside Zero. He put away Zero and the level 8 stronghold, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. Slaying so many eternal sovereigns in succession took a huge toll on Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's fierce methods deterred the restless eternal sovereigns, making them give up on tracking him. Shortly after Yang Feng disappeared, 7 eternal sovereigns appeared in the place occupied by Zero not long ago. He escaped. Damn it, he put on a strong front just now. If we had taken action, we would have been able to keep him here. What a pity. The 7 eternal sovereigns looked at the place where Yang Feng disappeared with regret in their eyes. Not long ago, the eternal sovereigns were frightened by Yang Feng's fierce methods and fled. But they are smart people after all. They quickly came back to their senses, guessed that Yang Feng was injured, and came back to hunt him down. But it was already too late. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a black bead appeared, exploded, and sent black rays of light sweeping towards the 7 eternal sovereigns. The complexion of the 7 eternal sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast spells and opened defensive barriers. The rays of black light slammed into the defensive barrier, and strangely fused with it, leaving a mark on each of the 7 eternal sovereigns. This is a tracing mark. What a ruthless method. It seems that once he recovers, he will come to kill us. The 7 eternal sovereigns looked at the mark on their bodies, and their eyes flashed with anger. They guessed Yang Feng's intention, and a chill welled up inside them. Once Yang Feng recovers his full strength, he will be able to slay the 9 ferocious bear devil and slay the 7 eternal sovereigns. Remorse welled up in the hearts of the 7 eternal sovereigns. Time elapsed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a cave, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and a vast and flawless eternal aura slowly diffused from him. After devouring the eternal origin of so many eternal sovereigns, I finally met the conditions to attack the 4th firmament eternal realm. Let's begin. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, countless runes appeared, and a vast and fearsome aura spread from him. The source energy of life in the secret realm was pulled and swept towards Yang Feng, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Someone is advancing. How can someone advance in this place? There isn't enough life source energy here. Advancing here requires twice the effort for half the result, and requires a lot of resources. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion looked this way. In order to advance to the eternal realm, the best way is to make a breakthrough in the outside world. In this secret realm, although the concentration of life source energy is high, but in terms of quantity, it is far inferior to that of the eternal world's heaven realms. However, in any case, an eternal sovereign advancing to the next realm is always enough to make other eternal sovereigns jealous. A beam flew out of the whirlpool, landed on Yang Feng, and was instantly devoured by him. Not enough. This energy is really not enough. Compared to the real universe, realms, and worlds, the total amount of energy in the secret realm is still far inferior. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the Sun Spirit Origin tree flew out. Sun Spirit Origin fruits flew over and entered Yang Feng's mouth. As soon as the Sun Spirit Origin fruits entered Yang Feng's mouth, as if he devoured suns, a tremendous heat flowed inside him, and became nutrients for his advancement. After Yang Feng devoured and refined 10 Sun Spirit Origin fruits, they transformed into the purest eternal origin. The eternal origin of the eternal sovereigns devoured by Yang Feng was also transformed into eternal origin under the operation of the Devour Heaven method. Cracks appeared on Yang Feng's body, and then he finally shattered. Countless mysterious eternal marks appeared and intertwined with each other, twisting and forming a perfect and incomparably powerful eternal body. A terrifying aura of the 4th heaven of the eternal realm slowly spread out from the perfect and powerful eternal body. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng's eternal imprint appeared and distorted. Universe energy in an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers surged into the eternal imprint, making it even more terrifying and powerful. This is the great edge of eternity's advancement. He advanced again. He has become stronger. In the world of warlocks, the holy ones and emperors sensed the cosmic storms set off in the universe, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. He advanced. Coupled with this advancement, he should have advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm. What a monster! Sensing the changes in the universe, the primal chaos spider mother's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. The primal chaos spider mother is a first-generation life form born in the world of warlocks. She has experienced the eternal age of the world of warlocks. During the eternal age, no one in the world of warlocks has ever advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm. From the moment Yang Feng advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm, he became the strongest existence in the history of the world of warlocks. After absorbing enough universe energy and laws, the eternal imprint flickered, entered the deepest part of the universe, and disappeared. In the secret realm, 4th firmament eternal realm, it is indeed a terrifying metamorphosis. Yang Feng opened his eyes and felt the eternal force surging inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Now I can go compete for the Heavenly Star Lord's core treasure trove. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the center of the Heavenly Star secret realm, there is a huge green ancient city. Above the huge ancient city, there were 36,572 stars suspended in the air. Rays of starlight sprinkled down from those stars and shone on the ancient city, forming a layer of incomparably powerful starlight barrier. The 36,572 stars are not ordinary stars, but stars with powerful star force and origin, will equivalent to the 36 primary material planes of the world of warlocks. In the past, the Lord of the Celestial Star Sect had controlled those 36,572 stars to fight against countless powerful enemies. He had even suppressed 7/8 Heaven Eternal Realm experts. He was a top hero in the Flying Star Sect. At this time, there are more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns gathered in front of the huge ancient city. The 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns unleashed all kinds of powerful secret methods, barreling towards the ancient city's star barrier. If the Heavenly Star Lord was still alive, the 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns would die when facing the ancient city's star barrier. But no matter how powerful the Heavenly Star Lord was, he has already died. The defensive strength of the ancient city he left behind is heaven-defying. But it still can't resist the siege of the 200 Eternal Sovereigns. Cracks appeared and healed, but the healing speed became slower and slower. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared outside the ancient city's defensive barrier. Human. Shit. As soon as the 7 Eternal Sovereigns saw Yang Feng, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying into the distance. You want to escape? It's too late. Go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Shrouded in a torrent of time, he teleported in front of an Eternal with a deer head and a human body, and punched the body of the Eternal with a deer head and a human body. Then, a devour black hole appeared and devoured the Eternal with a deer head. After killing an Eternal with a single blow, the other 6 Eternal Sovereigns sped up a bit. None of you can escape, you're all going to die. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step. 6 people split into 2, teleported, appeared in front of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns, and sent a fist barreling towards the 6 Eternal Sovereigns. The complexion of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast defensive secret methods and opened defensive barriers in front of them. Human, why did you attack us? To kill Eternal Sovereigns for no reason. Aren't you afraid of provoking public anger? An Eternal with a dragon head and a human body, a look of anger on his face, roared. Since you dared to chase me down, then you shall all die here today. 2 devour black holes appeared and engulfed 2 Eternal Sovereigns, and the 6 figures merged into one. A cold voice full of killing intent came from Yang Feng's mouth. Chapter 1451. When the Eternal Sovereigns gathered here saw Yang Feng suddenly kill 3 Eternal Sovereigns, an enigmatic shade flashed in their eyes, and they felt hostility towards Yang Feng. But after hearing Yang Feng's words, the Eternal Sovereigns fell silent, stood quietly and watched indifferently, their hostility dissipating a bit. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he split into 4 figures and sent a fist barreling towards the remaining 4 Eternal Sovereigns. We never did anything to you. The dragon-headed Eternal Sovereign issued a roar of grief and indignation, and then cast defensive secret methods to resist Yang Feng's attack. To dare track the injured me, how dare you? This is a capital offense. You all deserve to die. A torrent of time emerged in the void, swept towards the 4 Eternal Sovereigns, distorted space-time, and formed a strange space. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the distorted space disappeared, and Yang Feng walked out of the space. A devour black hole appeared behind him, and the 4 Eternal Sovereigns struggled inside the devour black hole, and issued miserable screams. How savage! That human is so savage. He's the human who killed the 9 fierce fiend bear. He killed the 9 fierce fiend bear. Among the Eternal Sovereigns, many of whom have seen Yang Feng's methods, their thoughts surged in the void, filled with apprehension. The gazes of the Flying Heaven Star's 3 tycoons, who killed the Morning Star Lord and the Shadow Fiend Lord, turned and fell on Yang Feng. I am the Shadow Fiend Lord. Who are you, sir? With a flash of twisted black light, the Shadow Fiend Lord silently crossed 10,000 kilometers, teleported to in front of Yang Feng, and asked coldly. Yang Feng replied flatly, I am the Eternal Blade. The Shadow Fiend Lord's voice is filled with frigid killing intent. Eternal Blade, I have no enmity with you, sir. Why did you kill my wife? Since she dared to assassinate me, she naturally has to die. Shadow Fiend Lord, since you came to me, then I will send you to reunite with your wife. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes shone, and a twisted river of time appeared around him. He took a step forward, crossed the river of time, appeared in front of the Shadow Demon Lord, and grabbed at the Shadow Demon Lord. Eternal Blade, you killed my wife, and now you want to kill me. Very good, very good. I will definitely kill you. The Shadow Transcendent Lord smiled coldly, and let Yang Feng's claw hit him. At that moment, the Shadow Demonic Lord's body disintegrated, turned into countless fragments and disappeared. A black puppet suddenly appeared and exploded, turning into streaks of shadow light and disappearing. Escaped? This Shadow Devil Lord is really troublesome. When Yang Feng saw this, his eyebrows rose slightly, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. After Yang Feng advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Shadow Demon Master was also an expert at the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. He had intended to kill him by surprise. However, the Shadow Fiend Lord is very decisive. He took the initiative to disappear and hide in the shadows. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng finds it hard to catch traces of the Shadow Fiend Lord. The Eternal Blade is dead for sure this time, although the Shadow Fiend Lord is weak in frontal combat. But he is the #1 assassin in the Flying Star Heaven. Even a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse died at the hands of the Shadow Fiend Lord. The Eternal Blade is dead for sure. Consciousnesses of eternal sovereigns reverberated in the void. Many eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with gloating expressions. Among the three magnates of the Flying Star Heavens, the Shadow Demon Master was not the strongest. However, his assassination technique was the best in the Flying Star Heavens. He had once assassinated experts of the fifth heavens of the eternal realm in another middle heavens. He is the most feared of the three tycoons. The Morning Star Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, ignoring the gazes of the many eternal sovereigns. His figure fluttered, and he appeared at the edge of the star barrier. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless mechanical filaments stabbed into the star barrier, and began to analyze the structure of the star barrier. Structure analysis starting. Blocked by advanced eternal force. Unable to continue analysis. A message was fed back from the mechanical filaments. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Sure enough, a barrier set up by an eighth firmament eternal realm powerhouse is difficult to analyze. Since it's difficult to analyze, then let's crack it by force. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. The Dawn God armor shone brightly, and he spread the fingers of a hand and pressed the star barrier. A fearsome devour force enveloped the star boundary. An endless star force poured into Yang Feng from the star boundary. With a thought from Yang Feng, the tremendous star force entered the world inside him and formed stars. The star barrier was already straining to withstand the siege of more than 200 eternal sovereigns. Now that Yang Feng devoured a large amount of star force, it could no longer support itself, and finally collapsed inch by inch. Boom! Boom! The stars above the giant city dimmed, turned into meteors, and barreled towards the eternal sovereigns below. Scram! Roars erupted from the eternal sovereigns, and they blasted the stars above the giant city into pieces. Let's go! Along with flashes of light, the eternal sovereigns flew towards the giant city. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the giant city as well. Some of the weaker eternal sovereigns flew towards the side halls of the giant city, powerhouses at the third firmament eternal realm, and above flew towards the core area of the giant city. In the center of the giant city, there is a 1,000-kilometer tall tower of stars, engraved with countless mysterious runes shrouded in starlight. At the entrance of the Tower of Stars, there are two giant stone statues holding great swords. This is the temporary imperial residence of the Heavenly Star Lord. Trespassers will be killed. Starlight emerged from the giant stone statues, and they opened their eyes. Eyes cold, exuding fifth firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power, they brandished their swords and slashed. Two sword rays containing starlight slashed the two eternal sovereigns, and killed them in an instant. Fifth Firmament Eternal Realm. They're Fifth Firmament Eternal Realm star golems. Damn it! Those are Fifth Firmament Eternal Realm star golems. Cries of alarm came from the Eternal Sovereigns, and they scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to contend against the two-star golems. Don't panic. After all, they are just two golems. If we join forces, we can even defeat Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses. These two-star golems can't stop us at all. The Death Star Lord bellowed and pointed with a finger. Beams of starlight condensed into star spears that pierced through the void and shot towards the star puppet. The other Eternal Sovereigns unleashed their own offensive secret methods and blasted towards the two-star golems from afar. All kinds of Empyrean and holy rank beasts, golems, and secret treasures emerged one after another and became cannon fodder to resist the two-star golems. The two-star puppets were ferocious beyond compare. They brandished their swords and controlled the terrifying starlight to slay one eternal being after another. But no matter how ferocious the two-star golems are, they still can't resist the siege of more than 100 Eternal Sovereigns, and their bodies crumbled inch by inch. Originally, the two-star golems could absorb the city's star force to heal their injuries. But the city's star force has long been cut off by the Eternal Sovereigns, making it impossible for them to absorb star force to heal themselves. As a result, they continue to weaken. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, a star golem was blasted to pieces, and its star core was destroyed by the joint efforts of the Eternals. The other star golem lasted for another quarter of an hour before it was slashed to pieces. Although the two-star golems were slashed to pieces, and only 40-plus Eternal Sovereigns remained of the original 100-plus. Yang Feng glanced at the two-star golems, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Sure enough, if I can't advance to the 9th Firmament Eternal Realm, then the human wave tactic is still effective. After dividing up the remains of the two-star puppets, the remaining Eternal Sovereigns focused their attention on the star pagoda. Open! The eyes of a 10,000-meter-tall Eternal flashed fiercely, and he stepped towards the gate of the star pagoda and swung a huge mace at the gate of the star pagoda. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the door of the star pagoda collapsed, revealing a huge crack. Rays of light flashed, and all the Eternal Ones entered the star pagoda. As soon as Yang Feng entered the star tower, he was teleported to an empty hall, which is filled with all kinds of rare minerals. Not bad. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and countless rare minerals flew into his hand. This way. After collecting all the treasures in the hall, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and wisps of fate force intertwined and formed an arrow to guide him. Yang Feng followed the direction indicated by the arrow, sweeping away all the treasures he saw. After passing through several spaces, a huge palace shrouded in starlight appeared in front of Yang Feng. At the center of the huge palace was a platform with 4 crystals placed on it. Every crystal was emitting an incomparably resplendent light. Chapter 1452. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a big hand extended towards the 4 crystals. Rays of starlight appeared outside the 4 crystals, forming an incomparably powerful astral boundary. When Yang Feng's claw landed on the star boundary, starlight shone and shattered the giant claw that Yang Feng has formed. The star boundary formation also flickered with ripples and became a bit blurry. No matter how powerful the star barrier is, it cannot resist the attack of an Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouse. Silently, the Death Morning Starlord appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and dazzling starlight condensed. The Eternal Treasure Star sword in his hand, shrouded in starlight, slashed towards Yang Feng with fearsome killing intent. In an instant, 365 star projections emerged. The 365 stars shone brightly, and rays of starlight appeared, forming chains of stars that suppressed the void. 14 Eternal Sovereigns flew out from behind the Death Morning Starlord and unleashed various offensive secret methods, barreling towards Yang Feng. With the Death Morning Starlord and his 14 subordinates working together to mount a sneak attack, even a 5th Firmament Eternal powerhouse will be seriously injured or even killed. A month ago, This kind of attack might have seriously injured me. Unfortunately, I have already advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm. So all of you can go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and countless devour runes emerged, and devour black holes appeared around him. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and devour black light swept across the world. Wherever it passed, stars exploded into pieces. As if it has a life of its own, the devour black holes floating around Yang Feng moved on their own, and devoured the attacks of the 14 eternal sovereigns. In an instant, Yang Feng walked out of the siege of the Star Lord, arrived in front of 2 eternal sovereigns, and twisted their heads. The 2 devouring black holes swept the 2 eternal sovereigns into them, and frantically devoured their eternal origin. "Stop!" Eyes shot with blood. The Death Morning Starlord's eyes shimmered fiercely. Riding countless stars, he teleported in front of Yang Feng, and slashed at him with his sword. Scram! Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he slammed his fist into the star-killing sword, and a vast, fearsome power erupted and blasted the star-killing sword along with the star-killing sword lord away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 12 eternal sovereigns unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour black holes emerged and devoured most of the attacks of the 12 eternal sovereigns, while the attacks of a few eternal sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng. The armor of dawn shone, and devour runes emerged and devoured the attacks of the eternal sovereigns. Only 10% of the power affected Yang Feng. Go to hell! Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he rushed into the midst of the 12 eternal sovereigns, and unleashed various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards them. One after another, eternal sovereigns were crushed and devoured by Yang Feng. Among the eternal sovereigns, only the Morning Star Lord can resist Yang Feng's attack. But every time he flew over, he would be sent flying by Yang Feng's fist. From weak to strong, Yang Feng blasted the eternal sovereigns subordinated to the Morning Star Lord into pieces and devoured them. Watching the eternal sovereigns under his command die one after another, the Morning Star Lord's eyes bulged, and he roared, "Shadow Lord, if you don't act now, I will take my people and leave this place at once. Leave all the opportunities in this place to the eternal blade." In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Yang Feng strangely, turned into a dagger, and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. At this moment, Shadow emerged from the shadow behind Yang Feng, and stabbed at the shadow with the ruler shadow spear. When the spear and the dagger collided, 2 supreme eternal assassins engaged in a head-on confrontation. A terrifying force erupted, and Shadow was blasted away, and slammed into the wall of the Star Hall. His body cracked open and drops of blood dripped down. With the large amount of resources Yang Feng gave him, Shadow has evolved to the 2nd firmament eternal realm. But compared to the 4th firmament eternal realm Shadow Lord, he is still not on the same level. All he can do is block a blow from the Shadow Lord. "Shadow Lord, you finally came out to die. I've been waiting for you. If you don't die, I won't be at ease." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and a vast torrent of time gushed out in an instant, swept the void and froze time. When the Shadow Lord was swept by the torrent of time, his body slowed down as if in slow motion. Yang Feng extended his hand, and devour runes containing countless devour runes shot towards the Shadow Lord. The Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he brandished the Star Death Sword and stabbed at Yang Feng with starlight. The remaining 6 eternal sovereigns also unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. If Yang Feng insists on killing the Shadow Lord, then the Morning Star Lord and the other eternal sovereigns will join forces to attack him. Not daring to ignore them, Yang Feng sent a claw at the Shadow Lord. "You don't have the ability to kill me." A cold voice came from the Shadow Lord's mouth, and an eternal treasure shadow bead exuding a distorted aura emerged. Boundless shadow power emerged from the Shadow Demon Pearl, and formed 36 distorted and strange shadow boundaries. The Shadow Demon Bead was an eternal treasure refined by the Shadow Demon Master from the remains of an expert, who also walked the shadow path, and had cultivated to the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. It had infinite power, and had saved the Shadow Demon Master countless times. Yang Feng's claw stabbed into the 36 distorted shadow boundaries, and then twisted shadows enveloped his right claw, contended with his devour force, and forcibly blocked the claw. The star-killing sword, which killed the Morning Star Lord, pierced through a black hole around Yang Feng's body and stabbed into his back. A tremendous amount of star force gushed out and turned into countless seals that pervaded Yang Feng's body. The attacks of the 6 eternal sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng in an instant, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "No. Today, you will be sealed by me." Blood trickled down the corners of Yang Feng's mouth, and he revealed a strange smile. Zero emerged from the void and lashed out with the whip of the ruler, smashing the Shadow Demon Lord's head and shattering it in one blow. A fearsome force erupted and shattered the Shadow Lord's body inch by inch. A black hole emerged and devoured the Shadow Lord together with the shadow bead. "No. Don't seal me. Kill me." Countless seals appeared, and under the horrified gaze of the Shadow Demon Lord, the seals cut and sealed the Shadow Demon Lord. "It's your turn." After sealing the Shadow Lord, Yang Feng turned around and slammed his hands into 2 eternal sovereigns. The 2 eternal sovereigns were blasted apart, and then seals emerged and sealed the 2 eternal sovereigns. "Retreat." The Morning Star Lord glanced at the 4 crystals, and a look of reluctance flashed in his eyes. He decisively flew out. The figures of the other 4 eternal sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into 4 streams of light and fled outside. "Everyone else can escape, but you killed the Dawn Lord, so you must die." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stepped on a torrent of time, appeared in front of the Dawn Killer Lord, and sent a fist barreling towards the Dawn Killer Lord. The sun and the moon collapsed, stars extinguished, time reversed, and all kinds of terrifying phenomena emerged. "Eternal Blade, since you're so aggressive, then let's perish together." A fierce ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he bellowed. Star runes appeared on his body, and he frantically burned his eternal origin and merged with the star-killing sword. "Perish together? You're a step too slow." Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time swept towards the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord trembled slightly, and time distorted for a moment. "Die!" At this moment, Yang Feng has already appeared in front of the Dawn Lord and slammed his hand into the other party. Countless runes appeared and began to seal the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord's eyes shimmered with fear, and he shouted, "Stop, let me go. Eternal Blade. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I can offer you all my treasures." "No need. I'll take the Flying Star Heaven's treasures myself." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless runes fluttered and turned into rune chains that wrapped around the Morning Star Lord. The Dawn Lord trembled slightly, shrank into a ball of light, and entered Yang Feng's hand. "Fortunately, I advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm, or else this battle would have been a bit troublesome. A moment of carelessness, and I would have died at the hands of the Dawn Lord and the Shadow Lord. However, this battle is really a huge harvest. Shadowy, this is for you." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he flicked his finger, and the eternal treasure shadow bead turned into a stream of light and flew into Shadowy's hand. "Thank you, my lord." A look of ecstasy on his face, Shadowy grabbed the shadow bead and swallowed it. Countless mysterious shadow runes appeared on Shadowy's body, causing his aura to rise and become stronger and stronger. Shadowy's evolution path is that of an assassin and a shadow. The shadow bead is a treasure of heaven and earth that suits him best. After getting the shadow bead, his strength increased greatly. Chapter 1453. Standing quietly aside, Zero's beautiful eyes shimmered with jealousy when she saw this scene. Among the several monarch of sovereigns, Zero has always been the most favored by Yang Feng. She consumes the most treasures of heaven and earth, and her combat strength is far above that of the other monarch of sovereigns. However, once Shade completely refines the shadow bead, his strength will undergo a tremendous change, and he will become a powerhouse above the 4th firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. Yang Feng turned around and returned to the reception hall. After attacking several times in a row, he smashed the boundaries of the 4 crystals and then grabbed a crystal in his hand. The crystal cracked, and the eternal heavenly art, heavenly star, heavenly art appeared in Yang Feng's mind. What an exquisite eternal heavenly art! This is an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 8th firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, like Gutai, this eternal heavenly art hides a method to resurrect the heavenly star lord. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. The more eternal heavenly arts he collects, and the stronger they are, the better Yang Feng will be able to deduce his own eternal heavenly art. What is this? Yang Feng pinched a crystal and scanned it with his tremendous soul force, but didn't obtain any information. When Zero saw the crystal, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement, and she uttered, "Lord, please give me this crystal. This crystal can let me evolve again." Yang Feng smiled, waved his hand, and threw the crystal to Zero. "Okay, this is yours." Zero is the monarch of sovereigns with the greatest potential among Yang Feng's subordinates. Although she doesn't know what the crystal is, but relying on her evolutionary instincts, she feels that the crystal is of great benefit to her evolution. Zero's beautiful eyes revealed a look of joy. She held the crystal in her hand, but didn't refine it directly. There are still many eternal sovereigns in the relic site of the Heavenly Star Lord. Zero must be in a perfect state. Shade, on the other hand, wants to surpass Zero, which is why he integrated the shadow bead into his body as soon as he got it. In any case, he can use the power of the shadow bead at will. Mechanical threads gushed out of Yang Feng's hand, rolled up the crystal, and fused with it. Bursts of satisfaction came from the armor of dawn. Yang Feng smiled slightly and reached for the last crystal in his hand. The crystal flashed, and a set of cosmic coordinates entered Yang Feng's mind. Universe coordinates? These were the coordinates of another universe. It seemed like the Lord of Celestial Star had wanted to break free from the shackles of the realms and leave his mark in other universes. This should be the universe he sought for himself. Yang Feng looked pensively at the universe coordinates. The eternal mark was engraved in the various realms of the eternal world. It allowed Eternals to use the power of the realms to better protect their own realms. But once their domain was breached, they would fall under the control of the other Eternal Sovereigns. If the Eternal Mark was placed in other universes, unless the Eternal King personally took action, he would not be able to do anything to those Eternals. Some tyrannical Eternal Ones with 9th heavens of Eternal Realm cultivation could even mobilize the power of the universe in their own universe to contend against Eternal King rank experts. Edge of Eternity. When an Eternal with the head of an octopus and the body of a dragon appeared on the Star Tower, his complexion changed dramatically. "You're out of luck. Go to hell." Yang Feng took a step, teleported, appeared in front of the Eternal Sovereign, and slammed a fist into him, smashed him into pieces, and then devoured him. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, then his figure fluttered, and he disappeared and began to hunt the Eternal Sovereigns on the Star Tower. The Eternals themselves are moving treasures. Only by devouring them can Yang Feng continue to evolve rapidly. 7 days later, the Star Tower Shadow Fiend Domain. "Break for me." Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng emerged from the void. With a wave of his hand, a huge interstellar fleet emerged. A rain of beams barreled towards the stars outside the Shadow Fiend Domain. The sound of explosions rang incessantly, and stars fell like rain. Yang Feng took a step and appeared above the Shadow Temple in the center of the Shadow Fiend Domain. Yang Feng extended his hand, countless runes shone, and the seal on the Shadow Fiend Lord was undone and appeared in front of him. "Shadow Fiend Domain, no. Edge of Eternity, don't kill me. I can swear an oath to serve you. Don't kill me. I am a top assassin who can assassinate 5th heavens of Eternal Realm powerhouses. Don't kill me. I beg you." As soon as the Shadow Fiend Lord appeared, his tremendous soul force swept Yang Feng, and his face turned pale, and he pleaded bitterly, "If I kill you, I can get a stronger and more loyal assassin." Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed a hand into the Shadow Fiend Lord. Countless runes flickered, and Yang Feng pulled an eternal mark out of the Shadow Lord's body inch by inch and crushed it. "No!" After the Shadow Fiend Lord issued a miserable scream, his eyes turned lifeless and he died. Shadow jumped out of the shadow behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the Shadow Fiend Lord's eternal true spirit entered Shadow. The flying star firmament trembled slightly, and an eternal star fell. The Shadow Fiend Lord's idol in countless realms collapsed. Fear and sorrow welled up in the hearts of countless Shadow Fiend Lord believers, and all their extraordinary forces disappeared. The Shadow Fiend Lord died. It's the edge of eternity. What a ferocious eternal! It's the edge of eternity that killed more than 60% of the flying star firmament's eternal sovereigns in the Sky Star Lord's secret realm. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns in the flying star firmament shimmered with astonishment. The flying star firmament's 3 tycoons are all 4th heavens of eternal realm powerhouses. Even in the 10 holy heavens, they can become elders of many major forces. The death of such powerhouses shocked the entire flying star firmament. Within the Shadow Fiend domain, a black ray of light flew out. Want to escape? You can die too. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared behind the black ray, and stabbed his hand into the black figure. Stop. Let me live, and I will promise you anything. The beautiful eyes of the Shadow Fiend Lord's wife revealed a look of misery, and she screamed. His face expressionless, Yang Feng dug out the eternal imprint and crushed it. An eternal true spirit entered Shadow's body. A devour black hole engulfed the corpse of the Shadow Fiend Lord's wife, and devoured her life origin. Yang Feng scanned the Shadow Fiend domain with his tremendous soul force. After discovering that there are no other eternal sovereigns, he pointed with a finger, and a huge fleet teleported and appeared here. A swarm of battle robots poured out like a tide and swept the Shadow Fiend Lord's remnants. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a giant hand stabbed into the Shadow Temple, dug out the Shadow Fiend Lord's treasure trove, and threw it into his world. It's time to go to the next place. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. The Morning Star Field. Countless stars fell. Countless main battle robots were fighting against the various armies that were attacking the Morning Star region. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the Morning Star Lord's body and dug out the eternal imprint of the Morning Star Lord. The Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered with fear and he shouted, "Stop! Eternal Edge, I'm from the Star Alliance. If you kill me, the Star Alliance won't let you off." The Star Alliance? It's fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, then I'll destroy them. I'll turn them into stepping stones on my path to eternity. With an expressionless face, Yang Feng crushed the eternal imprint that killed the Morning Star Lord. Countless mysterious runes emerged and sealed the Morning Star Lord's eternal true spirit and eternal origin. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky, and an idol collapsed. All kinds of anomalies emerged in the flying star firmament. The Morning Star Lord died. How could this be? The Eternal Edge killed the Morning Star Lord. When the Eternal Sovereigns saw the anomalies of the Morning Star Lord's death, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Devil Bear Realm. The Eternal Edge is so fierce. He's even fiercer than me. What if he attacks my Devil Bear Realm? The 9 fierce bear devil looked at the anomalies of the Eternal falling in the flying star firmament, and his heart trembled. He who has always been fearless couldn't help but feel a chill. In addition to the flying star firmament's 2 tycoons, the Eternal Sovereigns who failed to compete with Yang Feng for opportunities were also mercilessly killed and devoured their eternal true spirit. All the wealth in the realms of the Eternal Sovereigns was plundered by Yang Feng. Wherever Yang Feng's mechanical legion passed, the Eternal Sovereigns trembled and sealed off their realms, not daring to be enemies with Yang Feng. In a short period of time, after plundering most of the flying star firmament's resources, Yang Feng disappeared with his mechanical legion. The Zhangji Plain. In a huge laboratory, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in the laboratory and said flatly, "Star Concubine." "Greetings, Lord." Starlight shone, and Star Concubine appeared in front of Yang Feng with an enigmatic look in her beautiful eyes. "I'll give you the power to advance to the Eternal Realm." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a Kunmo stone flew into Star Concubine's hand. In the Eternal World, Kunmo stone is a precious resource used to refine eternal treasures. Yang Feng found 3 Kunmo stones in the treasury of the Morning Star Lord and the Shadow Fiend Lord. Chapter 1454. Thank you, my lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in Star Concubine's eyes. Spatial ripples flickered, and a huge level 7 stronghold emerged. Her figure fluttered, and she entered the level 7 stronghold. The level 7 stronghold shone slightly, and runes began to appear and evolve into a level 8 stronghold. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless resources plundered from the eternal world flew out and entered the level 7 stronghold. A mysterious rune slowly emerged in the level 7 stronghold. Countless rays of light shone, and the level 7 stronghold began to evolve slowly. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. Yang Feng looked at the level 8 stronghold that was slowly taking shape with enigmatic light in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sealed Morning Star Lord True Spirit and the tremendous eternal origin entered the level 8 stronghold like a meteor. After absorbing the Morning Star Lord's eternal True Spirit and eternal origin force, the level 8 stronghold radiated resplendent light. Within hundreds of millions of light years of the Tsangji Plain, an energy storm was set off, and a fearsome energy vortex appeared above the level 8 stronghold. His Majesty the Edge of Eternity has refined another eternal treasure. So that's how it is. The saints and emperors were extremely calm when they sensed that the energy vortex belonged to the headquarters of the Devourer dynasty. They weren't shocked at all. Thank you for giving me the power, my lord. The level 8 stronghold opened, and Star Concubine walked out. Her beautiful eyes radiated resplendent light, and she knelt on one knee before Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a look at Star Concubine, and his eyes shimmered with satisfaction. Very good. Your current strength is comparable to that of a 4th firmament eternal powerhouse. I didn't spend so many resources to cultivate you in vain. The flying star heavens is a middle heaven, and there are countless precious resources in the flying star heavens. Yang Feng not only gave the Star Concubine the True Spirit and eternal origin obtained from killing the Morning Star Lord, but he also used countless treasures of heaven and earth and rare resources on the Star Concubine, allowing her to evolve into a 4th firmament eternal realm existence. Now it's their turn. Light of teleportation enveloped Yang Feng and teleported him to a huge laboratory. In that huge laboratory, there was a level 8 base that was as dark as ink, as if shrouded in shadows. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a fearsome eternal soul force entered the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 base flickered and a rune appeared. Within a radius of billions of light years, terrifying energy storms once again appeared, forming an energy vortex that descended from the sky. His Majesty the Edge of Eternity has forged another eternal treasure. Eternal treasures will soon become cabbages. On the weave, the human warlocks are chatting with each other. They are already used to it. The foreign race experts were all silent, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. Every time Yang Feng refines an eternal treasure, it means that the human race has gained a foundation in the world of warlocks. If Yang Feng unfortunately dies in the future, then the eternal treasures he left behind would be enough for the human race to gain a foothold in the world of warlocks, and even dominate. With a flash of black light, the level 8 stronghold shrouded in shadows opened. Shadowy, dressed in a black open-necked evening dress, walked out of the level 8 stronghold gracefully with a smile on her face, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng took a look at Shadowy and showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad. Your strength has reached the 4th firmament eternal realm." Ripples flickered, and the Star Concubine appeared beside Yang Feng. Exuding 4th firmament eternal realm might, she quietly demonstrated her might to Shadowy. After Shadowy got up, she uttered with a sweet smile, "My lord, please allow me to advance to the 5th firmament eternal realm." Yang Feng responded, "Permission granted." Shadowy smiled, then her beautiful eyes shimmered, and a magic bead appeared on her forehead. A vast and boundless ripple of eternity spread across the entire universe. The periphery of a grade 3 plane. Inside the Shadow Divine Country, a black ray fell from the sky, fell into the Shadow Divine Country, formed Shadowy's figure, and strode towards the Shadow Ruler in the center of the Shadow Divine Country. Countless shadow assassins jumped out of the shadows and stabbed at Shadowy with daggers in their hands. Die! Shadowy pointed with a finger, and the essence of shadow swept out. As soon as the shadow assassins got close, they collapsed and turned into pure divine force that entered her body. Who are you? Why did you come to my Shadow Divine Country? With a flash of shadow light, a shadow ruler dressed in a gray robe and holding a dagger in hand emerged from the void and stared coldly at Shadowy. Shadowy responded with a smile. Naturally, I came to kill you and extract your shadow origin. From today onward, there is only one person in the universe who can control shadow origin, and that is me. What big talk! Since you dared to break into my Shadow Divine Country, then go to hell. The shadow ruler suddenly smiled strangely, then a shadow emerged from behind Shadowy, and a dagger integrated with the shadow stabbed towards Shadowy's heart. The shadow ruler is a strong divine force rank powerhouse. In the Shadow Divine Country, it can even assassinate a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. It's useless, because I have eternal essence. Ing smiled faintly, and allowed the shadow ruler to stab the dagger into his body. Then, he pointed a finger at the shadow ruler's glabella. The shadow ruler's face flickered with shock, and then it trembled and collapsed, turned into powder, and disappeared. Almost at the same time, in the Shadow Divine Countries, Shadowy killed all the shadow gods and absorbed their shadow law. When the last shadow god died in the world of warlocks, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of kilometers in radius in the Tsangji Plain, and the energy storm turned into a fearsome beam that entered Shadowy. Shadowy's breath soared in an instant, and he broke through and advanced to the fifth firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Star Concubine's pretty face sank, and she snorted coldly, not saying a word. Shadowy smiled sweetly, and was about to provoke Star Concubine, when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he looked to the other side. In the world of warlocks, a fearsome storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of light years in radius, turned into a brilliant beam of energy, and entered the base where Zero is located. His Majesty has forged another eternal treasure. The eternal treasure has advanced to the next level. Calm down, this is no longer a rare thing. In the weave, human warlocks teased each other. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 year, 10 years. The energy storm in the universe lasted for 10 years. During that time, the beam of energy never stopped and entered the level 8 base where Zero is located. Standing in front of Zero's level 8 base, Yang Feng silently threw all kinds of resources he plundered from the eternal world to her for her to devour and evolve. 10 years later, the energy whirlpool that enveloped the Tsangji Plain finally dissipated slowly. It finally disappeared. 10 years. This anomaly has lasted for 10 years. How heaven-defying. This eternal treasure definitely surpasses all other treasures. In the weave, the human warlocks are full of excitement and discussion. The primal chaos spider mother looked at the dissipating energy whirlpool and said with a bitter smile, "How despairing." The anomaly triggered by ordinary eternal treasures only lasted for a few days at most. Yet the anomaly triggered by Zero's evolution lasted for 10 years. Her strength was beyond the imagination of other powerhouses. In the laboratory, the level 8 base opened, smoke emerged, and the valiant and formidable-looking Zero walked out of the base. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with invincible aggressiveness, and she smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. "Greetings, Lord." The 6th level of the Devour Heaven method has been deduced. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind, and the various cultivation secret methods of the Devour Heaven method emerged one after another. After Zero's evolution, her computing power has undergone an earth-shaking change. At this time, even if the computing power of Shadow, Star Concubine, and Violet are added up, they are still far from a fraction of her. After absorbing the mysterious crystal, Zero's evolution exceeded Yang Feng's imagination. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "I have the Eternal Heaven method. Now I just need enough resources. As long as I have enough resources, I can advance all the way to the 6th firmament eternal realm. Demonic Bear Realm." Ripples flickered, and an incomparably huge interstellar fleet suddenly appeared outside the Devil Bear domain. Beams of light bombarded the stars on the periphery of the Devil Bear domain, blasting them into pieces. Eternal Edge, how dare you come to my realm and behave atrociously? Don't tell me you want to die here? A projection of the 9 fierce bear devil appeared in the void, followed by 26 beast eternal sovereign projections. The eternal sovereign projections looked at Yang Feng, at the head of the fleet, with apprehension in their eyes. At the time when Yang Feng swept the flying star firmament, he spared the 9 fierce bear devil in order to be safe. Afraid of Yang Feng, the 9 fierce bear devil recruited other beast eternal sovereigns. The number of his subordinates and allies has increased to 26. Yang Feng glanced at the 27 eternal sovereigns and said with a cold smile, 9 fierce bear devil, it's not too late for you to submit to me. Otherwise you will all die. The 9 fierce bear devil smiled coldly and provoked. The one who will die is you. If you have the guts, come to our demonic bear realm, and fight us to the death. Chapter 1455. Fine. I'll enter the demon bear realm and kill you. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger. The power of countless stars surged and entered the outer regions of the starfields, causing many stars to descend from the sky and fall directly toward the demonic bear domain. This is a supreme secret method that can destroy a realm, starfall. Once those stars fell on the devil bear domain, they would be able to kill all the intelligent life forms in the devil bear domain, leaving not a single one alive. An Eternal's wrath can destroy a realm. Eternal Edge, you're going too far. The eyes of a black tortoise flashed fiercely, countless runes shone on its body, and it pulled the mountain force of the demon bear realm. The tortoise shell on its back flew out and formed a giant shield. A gigantic azure serpent that was tens of thousands of kilometers long opened its mouth and shot out beams of azure light into the sky, directly devouring the stars in the sky. The eternal sovereigns used their own secret techniques to attack the stars in the sky, shattering them one by one. Lord, I'll kill them. Zero's eyes flashed fiercely, and she turned into a stream of light, flew into the demon bear realm, and slammed the ruler's whip into the tortoise shell of a black tortoise. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the tortoise shell on the back of the black tortoise collapsed, and the ruler's whip lashed out and blasted the black tortoise into pieces. The ruler's whip swept towards the black tortoise's flesh and forcibly pulled out the eternal imprint of the black tortoise and crushed it. No! There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the black tortoise, and it screamed miserably. Its mutilated body fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky. All living things grieved, and other phenomena appeared in the flying star sky. An Eternal has fallen. This is the Eternal Edge. He's attacking the demon bear realm. That's the realm of a 4th firmament eternal rank powerhouse. He dares to attack it. In the demon bear realm, the 9 fierce devil bear can even contend against 6th firmament eternal rank existences. To attack the demon bear realm, he's courting death. The phenomenon of the death of an Eternal attracted the attention of countless powerhouses of the flying star heaven. The Eternals cast various secret methods, crossed realms, and spied on everything happening in the devil bear realm. Damn you, kill him! The 9 fierce bear devil roared furiously when he saw the black tortoise Eternal sage fall. The 25 Eternals unleashed their secret techniques and attacked Zero. Zero's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ripples appeared in the air, and the 12 sovereigns appeared. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the 12 holy followers erupted with 4th firmament eternal rank aura, and attacked the 25 eternal sovereigns. 4 heavens of eternal realm. How could this be? How could there be so many experts at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm? A sword light flashed, and a wisp of fear flashed in the eyes of the green-horned snake, before it was chopped into countless pieces. A whip of the ruler swept out, pulled out the eternal mark of the green-horned snake, and crushed it. Devour runes emerged and devoured the eternal mark of the green-horned snake. Besieged by Zero and the 12 sovereigns, one after another, eternal sovereigns exploded. Eternal Edge, you deserve to die. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil flashed fiercely he roared, and took out a bone scepter. As soon as the bone scepter appeared, the power of the entire demon bear realm converged on it from all directions. Below the demon bear temple, the earth cracked, and a 100,000-kilometer-long demon bear devil skeleton, exuding an overbearing aura, emerged. The demon bear devil skeleton exudes seventh firmament, eternal rank fluctuations of power. The demon bear devil skeleton is a treasure obtained by the 9 fierce devil bear devil during a fortuitous encounter. It is a complete seventh firmament demon bear devil skeleton. This is the ultimate trump card of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. In order to maintain the eternal force of the seventh firmament demon bear devil skeleton, the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton has to spend a large amount of eternal origin stones to maintain it every year. Every year, 30% of the demon bear realm's output is absorbed by the demon bear devil skeleton to maintain its eternal spirituality. At this moment, the demon bear devil skeleton trembled slightly, countless runes appeared, and seventh firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused. This is your trump card, not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Go to hell. A torrent of time emerged in front of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton, and Yang Feng jumped out of the torrent of time. Eyes flashing fiercely, he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent a fist barreling towards the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. Countless Devour runes appeared and formed an invincible, all-conquering spike that pierced through the sky, barreling towards the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. Although the 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton is extremely powerful, but it is just a skeleton after all. The power of the 7th firmament, eternal rank fluctuations of power, inside it diminishes. Moreover, compared to eternal sovereigns, it takes longer to mobilize. 9 fierce great millstone. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton flickered fiercely, and he extracted the power of the entire demon bear realm and sent a palm barreling out. 9 incomparably ferocious demonic bear phantoms suddenly appeared. They devoured the heavens and spat out the earth, and they overturned the sun, moon, and stars. Their ferocious might was matchless, and they directly fused into one to form an invincible demonic bear that suppressed the world. The eyes of the 10,000-kilometer-long invincible bear devil that has gathered the power of a world flickered fiercely, and he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the invincible bear devil that has gathered the power of a world was run through by the Devour Heaven spike. The invincible demonic bear let out an earth-shattering roar of rage. His body became slightly blurry before he exploded. The fearsome explosion spread in all directions and sent Yang Feng and the 9 fierce devil bear devil flying. Haha! Eternal blade! Even you won't be able to kill me in the devil bear domain. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil shimmered with a carefree shade, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. A steady stream of eternal force entered his body and healed his injuries in an instant. Although the 9 fierce devil bear devil is a 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, but in the eternal realm, with the help of the realm's power, even a 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouse cannot kill him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Is that so? What a pity. You're going to die. When the 9 fierce devil bear devil saw this scene, an ominous premonition welled up inside him. An afterimage flickered, and almost in an instant, a ruler's shadow spear pierced through the 9 fierce devil bear devil's magic barriers and stabbed into his heart. Countless shadow runes emerged, pervaded the 9 fierce devil bear devil, and eroded his body. 9 fierce devil bear devil, you dare to speak rudely to my lord. Please go to hell. Ing stood behind the 9 fierce devil bear with a smile on her face. She was a peerless beauty. No, with a flash of despair in his eyes, the 9 fierce devil bear devil roared furiously and waved his paw at Shadowy. With just one step, as long as the 9 fierce bear devil unleashes the 7th firmament eternal bear devil corpse, it is possible to defeat Yang Feng and his mechanical legion. But everything was pierced by Shadowy's spear. Yang Feng teleported, appeared in front of the 9 fierce devil bear, stabbed his hand into the 9 fierce devil bear's body, and forcibly pulled out the eternal imprint. Eternal edge, don't kill me. Spare my life. and I will serve you. I will submit to you and serve you. Spare my life." When the 9 fierce devil-bear devil saw his eternal mark pulled out, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he screamed miserably, "Everyone here can live, but you must die." With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled coldly and crushed the eternal mark of the 9 fierce devil-bear devil. "No!" With a flash of despair in his eyes, the 9 fierce devil-bear devil screamed, lost all spirit in his eyes, and turned into a corpse. "If the few of you submit to me, swear to serve me for eternity. Then I will spare your lives." Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns fighting Zero in the void and uttered coldly, "In terms of strength alone, after the 9 fierce devil-bear devil died, the other Eternals can only be killed by Zero and Yang Feng. But once the dozen-plus Eternals are forced into a desperate situation, they will burn their eternal mark and launch a shocking attack, which will definitely cause huge losses to Yang Feng. You killed my lord, invaded my realm, and now you want me to surrender and serve you? Wishful thinking. Let's die together." The eyes of an ape eternal shimmered fiercely, and he began to burn his eternal mark, and a vast force pervaded his body. "If you want to die together, you need to have the capital to do so. You're a bit late." Accompanied by a bell-like laughter, a ruler's shadow spear pierced the ape eternal one's heart, and countless shadow runes emerged and sealed the ape eternal one's eternal power. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky and lashed out at the head of the ape eternal, smashing it into pieces. Then, the whip of the ruler swept out and crushed his mark of eternity. "I, the lord of the flying pythons, surrender." Seeing the second firmament eternal ape eternal die, the eyes of the remaining 14 Eternals shimmered with fear, and they hesitated for a moment before choosing to surrender. Among the 14 Eternals, there are Eternals who don't belong to the Devil-Bear realm. They are also worried that after they are killed by Yang Feng, they will go to their own realm and kill them again, causing them to die for real. Chapter 1456. Eternal Sovereigns of the Flying Star Firmament. Listen up. Sir Eternal Blade is going to hold a 1,000-year birthday banquet. Quickly prepare gifts to congratulate His Majesty Eternal Blade on his birthday. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. That's right. Remember to bring your treasures and present your 3 most precious treasures when you attend the birthday celebration. You won't need to offer a second birthday celebration within 100,000 years. An eternal sovereign that looks like a furious lion roared, and a fearsome sound wave spread in all directions. Birthday celebration? The Eternal Blade wants us to demand resources. What do? If we don't give them, I'm afraid that we will really be flattened by him. The 9 Fierce Bear Fiend, the Morning Death Star Lord, and the Shadow Fiend Lord have all died. There is no one in the Flying Star Firmament who can contend with him. The 9 Fierce Bear Fiend was slain by the Eternal Blade, even though he hid in the Devil Bear realm. What right do we have to fight him? Fortunately, he only plunders resources once every 100,000 years, so it's bearable. In the Flying Star Firmament, tyrannical eternal wills reverberated, and they finally surged with helplessness. A few days later, in the Devil Bear realm, Yang Feng held a grand birthday banquet. The eternal sovereigns of the Flying Star Firmament attended the birthday banquet and offered the most precious treasures they have. After Yang Feng plundered the resources of the Flying Star Firmament in the name of the birthday banquet, he left the eternal sovereigns he subdued in the Flying Star Firmament without hesitation, and then left the Flying Star Firmament with Zero and the other eternal sovereigns. This is the crystal sky wall of the Buddha Holy Heaven. A month later, at the border between the Light God Heaven and the Buddha Holy Heaven, Yang Feng looked at the dazzling crystal sky wall in the distance with shock in his eyes. The Buddha Holy Heaven is located above the Light God Heaven. The crystal sky wall is extremely dazzling, and each crystal sky wall exudes eternal breath. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng asked solemnly, "Magic Note Lord, are you sure you can crack the crystal sky wall?" Along the way, Yang Feng relied on the realm-traversing shuttle, refined by the Magic Note Lord to pass through the crystal sky wall of the Buddha Holy Heaven. The Magic Note Lord replied frankly, "I'm not sure. This was the sacred sky wall. Only experts at the 9 heavens of the eternal realm could enter the crystal wall with their bodies. In addition, one must have a special boundary-traversing shuttle or other secret treasures. My alchemy has not reached that level yet. If I study here for a few 100,000 years, I might be able to refine a realm-traversing shuttle that can pass through the crystal wall of heaven. But right now I can't. The crystal sky wall of the 10 great sacred heavens was a precipice that trapped countless geniuses. Many eternal geniuses yearned to enter the 10 great sacred heavens to cultivate and search for the path of the eternal king, but they were all blocked by the crystal sky wall. In the eternal world, one could cultivate to the eternal 9 heavens anywhere, but to advance to the eternal king, or the legendary eternal divine emperor, only the 10 great sacred heavens contain such a great opportunity. Looks like I can only think about it at length. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and disappeared. In the back garden of a luxurious villa, in the light god sky's mystic light realm, ripples flickered, and the flower moon heavenly maiden walked out of the void and came to Yang Feng's side. Lord, Yang Feng asked flatly, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? The flower moon heavenly maiden replied, Lord, in the light god sky, only one force is qualified to enter the Borda holy heaven, and that is the glorious light faction. A month later, the glorious light faction's young master will return to the Borda holy heaven with 300 eternal servants. In fact, the glorious light faction is a major force in the Borda holy heaven. The glorious light faction in the light god sky is just a branch of it. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, 300 eternal servants. In the 10 great sacred heavens, eternals are everywhere. Each eternals is a peerless genius of a universe, a terrifying existence that can run amok in a universe. However, the profound light faction's young master has 300 eternals as his subordinates, which is simply terrifying. Yang Feng uttered flatly, then let's proceed with the next step of the plan. The flower moon heavenly maiden replied respectfully, yes, Lord. The mystic light realm's number 1 brothel, the fragrant moon pavilion. In the fragrant moon pavilion, there are countless handsome men and beautiful women. As long as there are enough eternal source stones and eternal source energy pools, even eternal sovereign rank handsome men and beautiful women can spend the night together. The flower moon heavenly maiden strode into the fragrant moon pavilion, and first firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power spread from her. In an instant, 2/3 firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power spread from the fragrant moon pavilion and locked on the flower moon heavenly maiden. Ripples flickered, and a tall, burly and handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out of the fragrant moon restaurant. He smiled and said, Little sister, I am Owen. May I ask why you have come to our fragrant moon restaurant? The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled sweetly and stuffed tens of thousands of eternal source stones into Owen's hand. Hello, Owen. My name is Bylan, and I came here to see Sir Luoda. I hope to become one of the 300 servants of the profound light faction's young master and enter the Borda holy heaven. Owen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he smiled and invited, Please come in and wait a moment. The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled faintly, walked into the fragrant moon pavilion, and came to a room. Not long after, a handsome young man with blonde hair, a dragon horn on his head, and a black cloak walked into the room. A haughty expression on his face, he sat in front of the flower moon heavenly maiden. His eyes flashed with derision, and he said coldly, Bylan, I heard that you want to become one of the servants of my young master and enter the Borda holy heaven. The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled and flicked her finger, and a spatial ring flew into Luoda's hand. That's right. Please help me once, Sir Luoda. This is a level 4 eternal source energy pool, please accept it. Eternal source energy pools are also divided into grades. A level 1 eternal source energy pool can allow a first firmament eternal to be reborn. A level 9 eternal source energy pool can allow a 9th firmament eternal to be reborn. The level 4 eternal source energy pool is a treasure Yang Feng refined after plundering the flying star heaven. He only had 3 of them in his possession. A level 4 eternal source energy pool A trace of emotion flashed in Loda's eyes. He was only an eternal, at the third heaven of the eternal realm. The level 4 eternal source energy pool can allow him to be reborn 10 times. Luoda put away the level 4 eternal source energy pool, glanced at the flower moon heavenly maiden with a look of derision in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Okay, I promise you that I will help you speak to the young master." "Idiot. I'm just a servant of the young master. How can I let you join and become a servant of the young master?" With a flash of derision in his eyes, Luoda looked at the flower moon heavenly maiden, as if she was an idiot. Who knows how many Eternals are eager to enter the Borda Holy Heaven, in search of more powerful opportunities. At the time, Luoda exhausted countless resources, and took the initiative to sell himself, to be a servant of the Black Light Sect's young master, for 100 million years, before he became a servant of the Black Light Sect's young master. Naturally, he doesn't have the ability to make the flower moon heavenly maiden a servant of the Black Light Sect's young master. In an instant, an afterimage flickered, and a ruler shadow spear pierced into Luoda like a poisonous dragon. Countless runes emerged and entered Luoda's body. Terrifying shadow runes emerged, easily crushed Luoda's resistance and sealed and suppressed him. With a flash of ripples, Yang Feng appeared in front of Luoda, and spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes appeared, pierced into Luoda, sealed him, and threw him into a jade box. The Dawn God armor Yang Feng wore twisted, and he turned into Luoda. Even his soul fluctuations are identical. The flower moon heavenly maiden's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing, it's really the same. As an eternal sovereign, the flower moon heavenly maiden can easily see through many illusions and disguises. However, although she saw Yang Feng turn into Luoda in front of her, the eternal fluctuations and soul fluctuations are identical, which is simply terrifying. Shadow smiled sweetly, retracted her aura, and jumped into the shadow behind Yang Feng. "Hehe, little beauty, these resources aren't enough. How about this? Be my slave for another 10,000 years, and then I'll help you become the young master's slave." Yang Feng suddenly smiled frivolously, his words full of malice. The flower moon heavenly maiden gritted her teeth and uttered, 10,000 years? Absolutely not. In that case, give me back my eternal mark source energy pool. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile. Since you don't want to accompany me, then scram. Otherwise, don't leave. Just stay in the fragrant moon pavilion. Fine. I'm leaving. The flower moon heavenly maiden gritted her teeth, a look of unwillingness on her face, and then walked out. Congratulations, Lord Rhoda. You've killed another fat sheep. With a flash of ripples, Owen appeared in the room and uttered with a smile. Yang Feng waved his hand, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones entered Owen's hand. This is yours. I'm leaving first. Goodbye, sir. After leaving the fragrant moon pavilion, Yang Feng returned to the territory of the glory of profound light. Although Luoda is a servant of the profound light young master, but he is a third firmament eternal sovereign after all. He has his own palace and servants in the glory of profound light. The number of emperors serving Luoda alone is as high as 20 and 3,000 holy sovereigns. Disguised as Luoda, Yang Feng lurked in the glory of profound light, studied Luoda, and quietly waited for the opportunity to enter the Borda Holy Heaven. Time elapsed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng and 300 other eternal sovereigns gathered in a square. In the square, there is a 1,000-kilometer-long boundary-traversing shuttle engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Chapter 1457. In the huge square, there are 300 eternal sovereigns, 30,000 emperors, and 1 million Holy Spirit warlocks. The Holy Spirit warlocks are like dogs. In the lower heaven realms, Holy Spirit warlocks can become overlords, and emperors can become lords of states. But in the 10 holy heavens, whether it is Holy Spirit warlocks or emperors, they are just slaves, and inferior slaves at that. Beams of light flashed, and a handsome young man with long black hair, and an entire body enveloped in a layer of sparkling divine light walked into the hall step by step, treading on the eternal divine light. Behind the young man stand 2 men and 2 women. The two men have horns on their heads and ferocious expressions. The two women, on the other hand, are outstanding beauties. The two men and the two women emanated fourth firmament eternal fluctuations. They are clearly fourth firmament eternal powerhouses, who can become middle heaven tycoons. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. So that's the profound light sex young master. To be able to recruit fourth firmament eternal powerhouses, he really has a deep foundation. A fourth firmament eternal powerhouse can dominate a lower heaven. If a fourth firmament eternal powerhouse came to a lower heaven like Yin Ju Tian, they can sweep away a lower heaven. Only a lower heaven eternal sovereign, who burns their eternal mark, can seriously injure them. Greetings, young master. The 300 eternal sovereigns bowed slightly and saluted the profound light sex young master. The 30,000 emperors and 1,000,000 Holy Spirit warlocks knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Let's go." The profound light sex young master walked to the dais, glanced at the people below with a dignified look, and then strode into the realm-traversing shuttle. Yang Feng and the others entered the realm-traversing shuttle. The space inside the realm-traversing shuttle is extremely vast, even larger than that of the Earth. Many exquisite palaces were situated in the center. Each eternal sovereign can occupy a palace to rest in. The servants who serve the profound light sex young master are eternal sovereign rank servants. However, Loda has followed the young master for less than 1,000 years. Although he has a third firmament eternal cultivation base, but he is still not qualified to become the young master's personal servant. Yang Feng doesn't care, and quietly stayed in the palace to practice cultivation. A few days later, the realm-piercing shuttle arrived in front of the crystal wall of heaven. The realm-traversing shuttle flashed with light, and a mysterious rune appeared. A hole was opened in the crystal wall of sky, and the realm-crossing shuttle flew in. This is a travel mark bestowed by an eternal ninth heaven expert in Borda Sacred Heaven. Without that passage mark, that realm-traversing shuttle wouldn't have been able to enter. Inside the realm-traversing shuttle, Yang Feng watched the scene quietly with a dignified look in his eyes. Originally, Yang Feng planned to use the opportunity of entering Borda Holy Heaven to figure out the structure of the realm-crossing shuttle, and then refine his own realm-crossing shuttle to travel freely in the eternal world. But when he saw the passage imprint, Yang Feng understood that it was impossible. Even if he refined an identical realm-traversing shuttle, he would not be able to enter Borda Sacred Heaven. After passing through the crystal sky wall, a huge and almost endless star appeared in front of Yang Feng. That boundless, almost boundless star was Borda Saintly Heaven's true body. Outside the wave sacred sky, there were also countless stars, and within those stars, there were also various great clans. The realm-traversing shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew into Borda Holy Heaven. As soon as the realm-traversing shuttle entered Borda Holy Heaven, it flew until it landed above a palace complex. Blacklight sex young master, this way please. A beautiful woman with a first heaven eternal realm cultivation base appeared above the palace complex and smiled sweetly at the realm-traversing shuttle. The blacklight sex young master and his 4 personal servants walked out of the realm-traversing shuttle and followed the beautiful woman into the palace complex. The realm-traversing shuttle landed directly in a port and stopped. So this is Borda Holy Heaven. As expected of a holy heaven, the source energy of life is really rich. If I can practice cultivation in this environment, I can easily advance to the Empyrean realm. When Yang Feng walked out of the harbor, he took a deep breath, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Borda Holy Heaven's source energy is extremely rich, far beyond Yang Feng's imagination. Yenju Heaven's source energy is 100 times richer than Sangji Plains. Light God Heaven's source energy is 100 times richer than Sangji Plains. Borda Holy Heaven's source energy is 10,000 times richer than Sangji Plains. This means that Borda Holy Heaven's source energy is 100 million times richer than Sangji Plains. In the center of Sangji Plains' Devour Imperial Court, Yang Feng has set up a large array that can absorb Sangji Plains' energy. The energy concentration here can be rated as the highest in the world of warlocks. However, the density of origin energy there couldn't even compare to the density of Sage Heaven's life force, It couldn't even compare. No wonder eternal sovereigns want to enter Bo to holy heaven, even if they have to sell themselves as slaves. This is really a holy land for cultivation. There must be many good treasures here. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he looked around, and countless eternal nanoparticle robots floated around him. These eternal nanoparticle robots are robots refined from zero evolution. They have all kinds of wonderful functions, and can easily devour all kinds of barriers. A beautiful fourth firmament eternal realm cultivator, who was following the black light sect's young master, walked over, glanced at the 300 eternal sovereigns with an aloof gaze, and said flatly with a flash of arrogance in her eyes, Luoda, Fuzhen, Zhu-san, Jiuling, Anda, the young master has summoned you. Come with me, you lot. Yes, Miss Xingzhu. Yang Feng's group of 5 responded respectfully. The beautiful fourth firmament eternal realm cultivator is called Xingzhu. Not only does she possess a fourth firmament eternal realm cultivation base, but she is also one of the most favored women of the black light sect's young master. If she is angered, even these eternal sovereigns will be killed. Following behind Xingzhu, Yang Feng passed through winding corridors and came to a hall. In the main seat of the hall, there was a peerless beauty dressed in black. She had a head full of black hair, and a horn on her head. Her expression was fiery and sexy, and she exuded the aura of a royal sister. She was a peerless beauty. This is the ethereal fairy of the ethereal mountain. She's so beautiful. When Yang Feng saw the peerless beauty sitting on the throne of the hall, his eyes lit up slightly. The black light sect's young master entered the Borda Holy Heaven to propose to the ethereal fairy. As one of the top races in the Borda Holy Heaven, the Flying Cloud Ogre race has a 9th firmament eternal realm old monster keeping watch. It has a deep underlying strength, and is one of the most terrifying races in the Borda Holy Heaven. The ethereal fairy is a direct lineage descendant of the Flying Cloud Ogre race. The ethereal fairy is a force founded by the ethereal fairy. The ethereal fairy spread the news that she wants to recruit a husband. Countless heroes in the Borda Holy Heaven, including the Black Light sect's young master, came to propose marriage. Young master of the Mystic Light sect, this is your strongest battle slave? They look like a bunch of trash. Slaves are trash, and so is the master. On the side of the hall, a handsome man with long purple hair and a mysterious lightning rune engraved on his forehead glanced at Yang Feng and company, and said with a cold smile. On both sides of the hall, the young masters of the Borda Holy Heaven's major forces, who came to propose marriage, smiled coldly and watched quietly. The Black Light sect's young master uttered coldly, Young Master Lei Sha, we'll know who's the trash after we fight. The 5 of you go and kill them. As long as you can kill them, I'll give you an eternal heaven method that can help you cultivate to the 4th firmament eternal realm. The Black Light sect's young master pointed to the center of the hall and said coldly, in the center of the hall, there is an arena big enough to accommodate eternal sovereigns fighting each other. In the eternal world, aristocratic eternal sovereigns like to watch their eternal battle slaves kill each other for fun. Most of the 300 eternal servants under the Black Light sect's young master are eternal battle slaves cultivated by him. They are a terrifying fighting force. Thank you, Lord. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns shimmered with ecstasy, and they knelt on one knee and said respectfully, only Yang Feng's avatar Lotus still stands proudly in front of the many eternal sovereigns. Black Light sect's young master, I'm not your battle slave. However, thank you for giving me a ride and letting me enter Borda Holy Heaven. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in front of the many eternal sovereigns and said flatly. The young master Lei Sha's eyes shimmered coldly, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha! Black Light sect's young master, you're really a trash. You don't even know that your servant has been replaced. What a trash among trash. How dare you? How dare you lie to me? You deserve to die. The Black Light sect's young master's gaze flickered like lightning. When his gaze fell on Yang Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. He pointed with a finger, and an eternal heavenly sword containing the essence of extermination slashed towards Yang Feng. Idiot! These lowly things want to sneak into my Borda Holy Heaven. How reckless! He's dead. The young masters of the major forces watched this scene with a smile on their faces, as if they are watching a show. The Black Light Sect's young master is a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. When he takes action, few people can resist him, Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. It's rare for me to have a good talk. Why is it so difficult? Behind the Black Light Sect's young master, Shadow jumped out and stabbed with the ruler Shadow Spear. The spear pierced through the young master's barrier and stabbed into his body. Chapter 1458. Let the young master go. The eyes of Xingzhu, Yu Mei, and the two eternal sovereigns beside the Profound Light Sect's young master shimmered fiercely, and they unleashed powerful offensive spells barreling towards Yang Feng. Scram! Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body. An invincible domineering aura spread from him, and he sent two punches flying. Two stars suddenly appeared, radiated destructive light, and slammed into Xingzhu, Yu Mei, and the other two eternal sovereigns, sending the other two eternal sovereigns flying. With a flash of queer light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the Profound Light Sect's young master and grabbed him. Almost in an instant, the Profound Light Sect's young master fell into Yang Feng's hands. Can we talk properly now? Yang Feng grabbed the Profound Light Sect's young master, smiled faintly, looked around, and spoke domineeringly. In the reception hall, the young masters and godsons of the major forces stared at Yang Feng with enigmatic light in their eyes. As a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, the Profound Light Sect's young master is ranked in the top 10 among the many young masters. For Yang Feng to suppress the Profound Light Sect's young master so easily shows his terrifying strength. Profound Light Sect's young master, I'm here to save you. Lowly slave, go to hell. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, the young master Lei Sha suddenly unleashed the secret method lightning kill heavenly method. In an instant, a terrifying world full of lightning appeared behind the young master Lei Sha. Thunder rumbled, and lightning danced. Countless living beings born from the lightning emerged from the lightning and shouted. A lightning sword shrouded in the essences of destruction and creation flew out of the world of lightning, pierced through the sky, and slashed towards Yang Feng. Lightning kill heavenly method. The lightning kill city's eternal heaven method is really extraordinary. This sword strike can slay a sixth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. As expected of the young master Lei Sha. When the young masters and godsons in the reception hall saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Only a few people in the reception hall can receive this sword strike from the young master Lei Sha head-on. Young master Lei Sha, are you going to kill the Profound Light Sect's young master? How dare you? Yang Feng smiled faintly. Following a strange force, the young master of the Profound Light Sect flew out and blocked in front of the lightning sword that can slay sixth firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Not good. Young master Lei Sha looked at the young master of the Mystic Light Sect in front of his sword, and his heart turned cold. Although he didn't get along well with the young master of the Profound Light Sect, and the two of them often used their eternal war slaves to fight each other, they weren't willing to shed all pretense of cordiality. If young master Lei Sha killed young master Xian Guang in front of everyone, there would be irreconcilable enmity between the two sides. If the young master of the Mystic Light Realm died here, he would be able to use the eternal origin energy pawn to be reborn, but his physical body and soul would be weaker than when he was alive. If the young master of the Mystic Light Realm perished, even with the eternal origin energy pool, he would need to cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years if he wanted to stabilize his foundation and return to a perfect state, so that he could break through to the seventh heaven stage of the eternal realm. A series of thunder seals appeared, as that incomparably terrifying thunder sword disintegrated immediately. When Yang Feng punched young master Lei Sha, a fearsome force erupted and blasted the young master Lei Sha away, and he slammed into the reception hall, breaking countless bones. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. He wasn't blasted apart. This young master of holy heaven is really extraordinary. I want you to die. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded him, and in an instant, the injuries on young Lord Thunderkill's body were completely healed. He was like an enraged beast. Countless bolts of lightning surged, and a terrifying killing intent surged out like an ocean, sweeping in all directions. Having lost face in front of everyone, the young master Lei Sha began to go crazy. No longer caring about the life of the young master of the profound light realm, he just wanted to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and a fierce and domineering killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Everyone listen to me, stop." A bell-like voice came from the reception hall, and entered the minds of Yang Feng, and the young master Lei Sha like a clear stream. "Amazing! What secret method is this?" Yang Feng's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. He clearly felt his killing intent disappear along with the clear stream of voice. "She's very strong." Yang Feng looked at the ethereal fairy in the center of the palace with a dignified look in his eyes. The ethereal fairy smiled, looking extremely beautiful. "I am the ethereal fairy. How do I address you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "I am the eternal blade." The ethereal fairy uttered with a sweet smile. "Eternal blade, please release the young master of the profound light realm." "Young master of the profound light realm, there is no irreconcilable enmity between you and the eternal blade. Why don't you let this matter go? I can give you a bottle of ethereal dew." The eyes of the young master of the profound light realm flickered, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, but he finally restrained it and said lightly, "Okay, ethereal fairy, for your sake, I'll let this matter go." With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, Shadow withdrew the ruler's shadow spear, and stood behind him with a smile. In the palace, the gazes of many young masters and god children fell on Shadow, and their eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. Among these young masters, the young master of the profound light realm is a top powerhouse, a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. For Shadow to be able to assassinate him so easily, this kind of strength is simply terrifying. In addition to Ying's stunning beauty, her unique demeanor deeply attracted the attention of many young masters of the various forces present. After the young master of the profound light realm was released by Yang Feng, a fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Yang Feng before returning to his seat and sitting down. "Eternal blade, please take a seat." The ethereal fairy waved her lily-white hand, and green light flashed, and a green crystal table appeared. The green crystal table is covered with all kinds of divine fruits and demonic wine. These are eternal divine fruits. As expected of the Borda Holy Heaven, they're so extravagant. After Yang Feng took his seat, he swept the divine fruits with his gaze, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. In the world of warlocks, eternal divine fruits are treasures that are virtually extinct. Once they appear, they will cause countless powerhouses to fight over them. In the Borda Holy Heaven, however, eternal divine fruits are just fruits that the ethereal fairies use to entertain distinguished guests. The gap between the two worlds is evident. In the world of warlocks, it is very difficult to give birth to an eternal sovereign. But in the eternal world, the young master of a major force has 300 eternal servants. This is because the gap between the two worlds is too great. They are not on the same level. After Yang Feng took his seat, he ate and drank to his heart's content. He left the eternal divine fruits cores behind, and threw them into his world. In the world of warlocks, eternal god trees are unique existences. Unless they were destroyed, their seeds would never become the second eternal tree of God. However, the eternal world is different. As long as there are enough resources, an eternal god tree's core can be cultivated into another eternal god tree. Of course, the time, energy, and resources required to cultivate an eternal god tree's core into an eternal god tree are tremendous. Only the top major forces can cultivate an eternal god tree. "The fire god's divine son is here." A voice came from outside, and a handsome young man with long crimson hair and snow-white skin stepped into the hall. Behind the fire god's divine son are 4 servants, each of whom exudes a fearsome aura. The fire god's divine son, that's a divine son of the supreme profound holy heaven's fire god race. The fire god's divine son is one of the strongest supreme geniuses of the supreme profound holy heaven. According to legend, he has hopes of advancing to an eternal tyrant. When they saw the fire god's divine son, The eyes of many young masters present shimmered with dignity. In the eternal world, powerhouses of the ninth firmament eternal realm are called eternal tyrants. Each of them is the underlying strength of an eternal force. The greatest dream of many young masters present is to advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. As for advancing to the ninth firmament eternal realm, they have almost no hope. Yang Feng's face flickered, mysterious runes emerged, his aura slowly disappeared and his face changed. The fire god's divine son? Shit. Behind the fire god's divine son, a person suddenly raised his head and took a deep look at Yang Feng with endless resentment in his eyes. It is Yan Hai. Yan Hai smiled ferociously at Yang Feng and transmitted his voice to the fire god's divine son. The fire god's divine son swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng and revealed a queer smile. The fire god's divine son uttered with a faint smile, "Ethereal fairy, I want to ask you for someone. This person is a mortal enemy of the fire god race. Please hand him over to us. As long as you hand him over to us, the fire god race will owe you a favor and give you the opportunity to enter the giant steel forest." Giant steel forest. When they heard this, the complexion of the young masters present changed dramatically, and greed shimmered in their eyes. The giant steel forest is a holy land for cultivation. There are inheritances left behind by countless Boda holy heavens tyrants after they died. Even a top force like the Flame God clan had to make countless contributions and could only enter once every 500,000 years. The opportunity to enter the giant steel forest is extremely precious to the fire god race. It is virtually impossible to give it to others. Now that the fire god's divine son wants to give this opportunity to the ethereal fairy, her eyes burst out with dazzling light. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered decisively, "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 1459. For my sake, please surrender, okay? The empty fairy glanced at Yang Feng. Mysterious ripples flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she pleaded softly. In the blink of an eye, the originally beautiful and moving ethereal fairy's charm increased by 10,000 times. Okay. Yang Feng looked at the empty spirit fairy with a look of intoxication in his eyes. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the empty spirit fairy step by step. The empty fairy heaven method deserves its reputation. The empty fairy heaven method can make people happy, but it can also make people addicted to it forever. The complexion of the young masters flickered, and they lowered their heads and barriers appeared around them. They didn't dare to take another look at the empty fairy. Although the young masters want to become the empty fairy's husband, but they don't want to fall for the empty fairy heaven method, succumb to her charm, and become her puppets. The empty fairy heaven method is really extraordinary. Within the hall, only the handsome divine son of the Flame God clan was looking at the empty fairy maiden with admiration. He completely ignored the empty fairy maiden technique and displayed his terrifying strength. When Yang Feng passed in front of the young master Lei Sha, his eyes suddenly flashed with clarity, and he showed a playful smile. He spread the fingers of a hand and shot towards the young master Lei Sha like a bolt of lightning. Eternal Edge, you've got guts. The young master Lei Sha suddenly raised his head. His eyes flickered fiercely, and a hand shrouded in a whirlpool of lightning barreled towards Yang Feng. A shadow jumped out from behind the young master Lei Sha. The shadow tore through the firmament with the ruler's shadow spear and stabbed into the young master Lei Sha. Countless shadow runes spread and suppressed and sealed the young master Lei Sha's power. How is this possible? A look of incredulity on his face, the young master Lei Sha looked at the place where the shadow was. There is another shadow there. That figure flashed a smile at young Lord Lei Sha before turning into a black shadow and disappearing. The young master Lei Sha shuddered inside. Shadow doppelganger. Yang Feng extended his hand, grabbed the young master Lei Sha and barked. Young master Lei Sha is in my hands. Let me go. Otherwise I'll kill him. The empty fairy's pretty face flashed with a touch of coldness, and she said coldly, "You weren't bewitched by my empty fairy heavenly technique? How is that possible?" The ethereal fairy's heavenly art was profound and extraordinary. It was an eternal heavenly art, that the ethereal fairy had comprehended from several eternal heavenly arts. She had created her own path. Even the young masters of the various great powers found it difficult to resist the ethereal fairy heavenly technique. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Because you're too ugly. Too ugly. Eternal blade, you deserve to die." When the empty fairy heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, her beautiful face distorted slightly, and she erupted with sixth firmament eternal firmament rank power, and pointed at Yang Feng. In a flash, the void distorted and collapsed, and a power containing the power to destroy everything shot towards Yang Feng. The power of that finger was terrifying beyond compare, but it was so beautiful that it made one despair. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng was captivated by the finger, and indulged for a moment. A thread of shadow pricked Yang Feng's ear, and a sharp pain pulled him out of the ethereal fairy heaven method. "If you have the guts, then kill the young master Lei Sha." Yang Feng smiled coldly and suddenly retreated. He grabbed the young master Lei Sha and blocked the ethereal fairy's finger. "You shameless!" The ethereal fairy's face flickered, and she clenched her teeth, and the finger that can suppress eternals collapsed. Boom! Ying Yi's spear pierced the wall of the hall, blasting a huge hole in it. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he turned into a stream of light and fled into the big hole. At the entrance of the hall stood the divine son of the flame divine race. The strength of this divine son of the flame divine race is unfathomable. When Yang Feng saw him, a premonition of danger welled up in his heart. He didn't dare to flee in that direction. "Ethereal fairy, I shouldn't have acted in your immortal palace. But this person is too important to the flame divine race. I can only be rude." The handsome Shensi of the flame god clan sighed slightly and took a step forward. A terrifying demonic flame surrounded his body, and a vast and boundless aura of the seven heavens of eternity gushed out. With a flash of fire, the divine son of the flame divine race appeared in front of Yang Feng in a flash, and sent a fist barreling towards him. When the fist barreled out, suns and moons collapsed, stars were destroyed, and 1,000 suns burst out in an instant. Some slightly weaker universes may be crushed by the fist of the divine son of the flame divine race. Seventh firmament of the eternal firmament. Curses! Yang Feng's face fell. He waved his hand, and the young master Lei Sha appeared in front of him and collided with the fist. "I'm sorry, young master Lei Sha. The flame divine race will compensate you for your losses in the future." The flame god Shensi sighed faintly and mercilessly punched young Lord Lei Sha's body, blasting him into pieces. Young master Lei Sha was incinerated by the terrifying flames of destruction and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. As if fueled, the fist that killed the young master Lei Sha became even more fearsome and ferocious, and it barreled towards Yang Feng. "Xingji." Yang Feng frowned and said coldly. Ripples flickered, and Xingji appeared in front of Yang Feng. The giant shield in her hand drew the power of hundreds of millions of stars, and gathered the essence of stars, and blocked in front of Yang Feng. "Break!" With a cold look in his eyes, the divine son of the flame divine race slammed his fist into the star shield. It was as if hundreds of millions of suns had exploded in an instant. A vast and terrifying force directly smashed the giant star shield into pieces. Fearsome flames of destruction enveloped Xingji and Yang Feng and blasted them away, ignited and burned them. Amazing! So this is the divine son of the flame divine race, a powerhouse of the seventh firmament of the eternal firmament. He's really strong. The fearsome flames of destruction burned inside Yang Feng. Countless black holes have just appeared when they were burned away by the flames of destruction. To be able to block a blow from me, you have some skill. Unfortunately, you offended the flame divine race. Now only death awaits you. The eyes of the divine son of the flame divine race flashed coldly, and he took a step forward and slammed his palm towards Yang Feng. Endless flames of destruction appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng, suppressing everything. Seeing that Yang Feng was about to be suppressed by the divine son of the flame divine race, black light shone, and a demonic bear skeleton exuding the fluctuations of power of the seventh firmament suddenly appeared. A huge bear paw slammed towards the divine sun, suppressing the sun, the moon and the stars and destroying everything. How dare you? The eyes of the divine son of the flame divine race flickered fiercely, and he roared and slammed his palm into the huge demonic bear skeleton. Boom! As the strongest trump card of the 9 ferocious demonic bear, the demonic bear skeleton was blasted 10,000 kilometers away. Cracks appeared on the skeleton, and large tracts of flames of destruction burned the demonic bear skeleton. In that split second, Yang Feng had already fled 10,000 kilometers away. The divine son of the flame divine race was about to give chase, when he saw countless runes appear on the demonic bear skeleton, and a vast force of destruction burst out and engulfed the ethereal immortal palace in an instant. Curses! A skeleton of a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse exploded. That bastard from the eternal edge deserves to die. Within the ethereal immortal palace, furious voices rang out one after another, and powerful defensive barriers opened up one after another. But the demonic bear skeleton is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and it has been modified by Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord. The power of its self-detonation is truly earth-shaking. The barriers collapsed and turned into nothingness. The eternal sovereigns were swallowed by the terrifying self-detonation and turned into dust. After the light of the self-detonation dissipated, a flame emerged. Inside the flame, the divine son of the flame divine race was unscathed, as if the self-detonation didn't cause him any harm. However, of the 4 eternal servants who came with the divine son of the flame divine race, 2 have turned into ashes and disappeared. Only Yen Hai and another servant of the 5th firmament eternal realm survived. With a flash of light, the ethereal fairy flew out of the ruins. Looking at the ruins of the ethereal fairy palace, which was originally like a paradise on earth, her beautiful eyes emitted bursts of resentment and hatred. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Flame God Shensi, you have to give me an explanation, otherwise I won't let you off." In the ethereal immortal palace, there are many young masters and eternal battle servants of powerful forces gathered. The self-detonation of the demonic bear skeleton, enhanced by Yang Feng, killed many young masters of powerful forces, who were caught off guard. Even though the young masters of these forces didn't really die, but they still suffered heavy losses. It will take them hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and countless resources to restore their peak state. The ethereal fairy can't resist the wrath of the dozens of forces. Yang Feng has fled without a trace. Now the only one who can make the ethereal fairy vent her anger is the flame divine race. The flame divine race frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "Ethereal fairy, please rest assured. As long as you cooperate with me, the flame divine race will solve this problem with you in good faith. However, the top priority is to find that little bastard Yang Feng. Please lend me a hand. This is the Pota Holy Heaven, not the Tai Profound Holy Heaven. The flame divine race possesses heaven-defying strength, and his cultivation base is at the 7th firmament eternal realm. However, he also needs the help of a force like the ethereal fairy. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to move around in the Pota Holy Heaven." Chapter 1460. There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the ethereal fairy, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "That bastard Yang Feng dares to destroy my ethereal immortal palace. I won't let him off." The young masters of the major factions had all died in the ethereal celestial palace, causing the major factions to be enraged. The flame god race and the ethereal immortal palace paid a huge price to appease the major forces. Enraged by Yang Feng, the major forces sent countless experts to hunt him down. A month later, Pota Holy Heaven's northern domain, in a remote city, in an aristocratic castle, the flame god race's destruction fire is really extraordinary. In a back garden, Yang Feng opened his mouth and belched out destruction fire containing the breath of destruction. A devour black hole emerged, enveloped the destruction fire, and devoured its power inch by inch. On Yang Feng's body, countless runes emerged from the god armor of dawn and devoured the fire of destruction inside him. Mysterious light shone, the countless devour runes disappeared, and the destruction fire inside Yang Feng was completely devoured. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said slowly, It took me a month to completely refine the destruction fire. 7 Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses are really scary. Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods, and is a 4th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. Even if his head is cut off and his heart is pierced, the injuries will heal in an instant. However, it took Yang Feng a month to heal the destruction fire. The power of the destruction fire is simply heaven-defying. Star Concubine, it's a pity. It seems that I can't use her for the time being. Yang Feng took a look at the world inside him, and regret flashed in his eyes. In the world inside Yang Feng, stars appeared above Star Concubine, and starlight sprinkled from the stars and fought with the destruction fire. Star Concubine helped Yang Feng block the killing blow of the flame god race's divine son. The amount of destruction fire inside her is far greater than Yang Feng's. Even though she possesses 4th Firmament Eternal Realm rank power, but she still can't purify the destruction fire. In fact, if Star Concubine hadn't advanced to the 4th Firmament Eternal Realm, she would have been burned to ashes by the destruction fire. Star Concubine, Shadow, and Zero were all kings of sovereigns with terrifying combat strength comparable to Eternal Ones. However, they were not Eternal Ones. Once they were destroyed, they would truly die, and there would be no chance of rebirth. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with gloomy light. I have already reached Bo de Holy Heaven. My top priority now is to retrieve the Dulyo Monarch's treasure trove. Only by obtaining King Duro's treasure can I have enough resources to become an eternal overlord. Boda Sacred Sky Chaotic Sea. This was a terrifying star domain that was filled with chaos, oddities, and eerie phenomena. 10 million years ago, several eternal kings led an army to slaughter in the chaotic space sea. Countless experts fell, and the giants withered away. The blood of the eternal kings sprinkled the sky. It was precisely because of these experts that the chaotic space sea had turned into an incomparably terrifying place of death. Any existence below the eternal realm would die if they approached the chaotic space sea. Although eternal sovereigns could enter the chaotic space sea, but even if it was an eternal overlord, once they touched the restrictions left by the eternal kings, they would be cut into pieces and die. In the chaotic space sea, the treasures that the eternal kings took a liking to have already been taken away by them, leaving only a few things that they didn't like. But for other powerhouses, the things that the eternal kings didn't like are rare treasures of heaven and earth. Every year, many eternal sovereigns go to the chaotic space sea to adventure, thirsting for treasures. 300,000 years ago, there was an eternal who obtained the inheritance of an eternal in the chaotic space sea, and became a powerhouse of the Boda saintly heaven. In the periphery of the chaotic space sea, ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared. This is the chaotic space sea. Yang Feng glanced at the chaotic space sea and frowned slightly. The chaotic space sea was enveloped in a dense black demonic mist. Yang Feng's tremendous soul force swept the black fog, but it was devoured by the black fog. If Yang Feng released his soul force, it would be devoured by the black fog bit by bit. A voice came from the side. Friend, my name is Emi. Do you want to enter the chaotic space sea's Black Island? An eternal with a rat's head and a human body dressed in a black robe appeared beside Yang Feng with a wretched smile on his face. The chaotic space sea's Black Island is one of the relatively safe strongholds in the chaotic space sea. After experiencing various adventures in the chaotic space sea, many eternal sovereigns will return to the Black Island and other strongholds to recuperate. Yang Feng replied flatly, That's right. And Mi responded with a wretched smile. 100,000 eternal origin stones. I can take you to the Black Island. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a storage ring flew into Mi's hand. Please come with me. And Mi's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he blurred into motion and flew aside with Yang Feng. After flying for about 10,000 kilometers, a black boat appeared. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the black boat, he saw that there are still 6 people sitting on it. Among the 6 people, there is an eternal with an octopus head, an eternal with a dragon head and a human body, and a handsome eternal with blonde hair and blue eyes. An eternal who looks 90% similar to a human, but has 9 eyes on his face. An eternal with purple hair, a horn on the head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance, but exudes the aura of an iceberg. Yang Feng glanced at the 6 people and sat quietly aside. After a while, and me brought over 2 more eternal sovereigns, covered in muscles and exuding fearsome auras. Now everyone is here. Let's go, our target is the Black Island. And me looked at the people on the boat, smiled with satisfaction, and flicked his finger, and a black ray emerged on the black boat. The black boat sprouted a pair of dragon wings, and flapped them slightly. A fearsome hurricane revolved around the black boat, and it flew towards the chaotic sky sea. The layers of strange demon mist surged towards the black boat, but were blocked by the barrier on the black boat. Die! 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 I don't want to die. As soon as they entered the strange fog, strange screams came from all directions and entered the hearts of Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns. And me sighed faintly. This is the eternal cry. According to legend, it is a phenomenon left behind by the resentment of eternal sovereigns when they die. In the battle of the eternal kings, the eternal sovereigns who died for real. Eternal sovereigns possess undying characteristics. After they die, they can be reborn in the universe. However, the eternal kings are extremely terrifying. Once you die at their hands, you will die for real, and the eternal mark will collapse. In the battle of the 10 holy heaven eternal kings, the eternal sovereigns are the soldiers. Holy sovereigns and emperors are cannon fodder, the lowest level of cannon fodder. Defensive barriers appeared on the eternal sovereigns in the black boat, blocking the wails of the eternal sovereigns' resentful souls. If I die, then why don't you go to hell? A voice full of resentment surged out from the demonic fog. A terrifying ghost giant covered in wounds, covered in raging flames, with a twisted face and broken horns on his head walked over step by step with boundless killing intent. When they saw the ogre giant with killing intent on its face, the countenance of the eternal sovereigns in the black boat changed dramatically, and they began to prepare offensive spells. The first to strike gains the upper hand, and the last to strike suffers. There is no eternal who doesn't understand this principle. Don't attack. That's the resentment of the ogre giant. Once you attack and kill it, there would be even stronger resentment gathering bodies, and there would be no end to killing them. Please use a secret method to restrain your vitality and turn into a dead person. And Mi's face fell, and countless runes appeared on his body, locked his vitality, and turned him into a dead person. The eternal sovereigns of the black boat are experts proficient in countless secret methods. They cast secret methods to lock their vitality and turn themselves into corpses. Dead. You're dead too. Haha. Good to die. Good to die. A ferocious smile appeared on the ogre giant's face, and he laughed loudly. 2 streams of rancid black blood flowed out of his eyes, and he strode through the black boat. And me is indeed a specialist in this business. In the chaotic sky sea, there have been several strange phenomena that can threaten the lives of eternal sovereigns, yet he has easily avoided them. These days, Yang Feng has seen all kinds of strange and dangerous things in the chaotic sky sea. If it weren't for me, who knows the way, Yang Feng would have to go through a series of battles in the chaotic sky sea alone. If he is careless, he might even be in danger of dying. 10 days later, an incomparably huge city appeared within the dense black demonic fog. In the huge city, there is a huge ancient tree 1,000 kilometers tall that looks like it can support a world. Countless branches spread from the huge ancient tree and shrouded the entire city. The leaves of the huge ancient tree radiate gloomy black light and emit black fog that can absorb the souls of eternal sovereigns. Rays of light sprinkled down from the huge ancient tree and shone on the city, bringing a trace of light to the huge city called Black Island. That's the Black Island. Now hand over all the eternal origin stones on you. And me pointed at the Black Island, then suddenly turned around and showed a ferocious smile to the 8 eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat. Black light shone, and 12 eternal sovereigns flew out and landed next to the black boat, stared at Yang Feng and his party and sneered. The eternal with an octopus head uttered in shock and anger. And me, isn't fighting prohibited on the Black Island? What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the Black Island? Chapter 1461. And me responded with a frigid smile. Yes, fighting is not allowed on the Black Island. But this is outside the Black Island. Hand over all the treasures on you. We only want wealth. The eyes of the octopus-headed Eternal shimmered coldly. Countless runes appeared on his body, and then suddenly erupted. The tentacles on his head shrouded in light slammed into the wall of the black boat. Boom! The wall of the black boat was blasted apart by the octopus-headed Eternal, and he turned into a stream of light and fled outside. Want to escape? You're courting death. The 4 Eternal sovereigns behind me smiled ferociously, and each of them held a pillar and stood in 4 directions. The 4 pillars shone brightly, intertwined with each other, and formed a huge barrier. The octopus-headed Eternal one slammed his head into the huge barrier, and was immediately bounced away. The octopus-headed Eternal barked. Why aren't you doing anything? Only by working together will we have a chance of survival. When Yang Feng heard this, he quietly distanced himself from the few people on the black boat. You dare to rob me, you're courting death. The eyes of the dragon-headed Eternal shimmered fiercely, and he took a step forward. In an instant, true dragon projections appeared behind him. A total of 99 true dragon projections appeared. The 99 true dragon phantoms gathered together and formed a terrifying true dragon phantom, exuding the aura of the 3rd heaven of Eternal realm. The dragon-headed Eternal one punched out, containing the terrifying might of a true dragon, towards me and the others. Seeing this scene, me showed a derisive smile. Idiot! At this moment, the 9-eyed Eternal's 9 eyes turned and locked on the dragon-headed Eternal, and then 9 rays shot out from the 9 eyes that slammed into the dragon-headed Eternal. The barriers protecting the dragon-headed Eternal collapsed one by one, and the 9 rays slammed into him. He screamed, and 9 holes appeared on his body. The eyes of the 2 Eternal ones that me brought along also flashed with ferocious light. They unleashed incomparably powerful offensive secret techniques towards the blonde Eternal being and the ice beauty Eternal being. You're courting death. The eyes of the blonde Eternal shimmered fiercely. A set of white armor appeared on his body, and 6 pure white pistols appeared in the void and fired beams that slammed into the giant Eternal. Wherever the light passed, the giant Eternal one's body would be blasted open. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the beautiful woman, who looked like a peerless iceberg. She reached out with her hand, and a huge battle axe appeared and slashed at the giant Eternal. A bunch of idiots. And me smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the Eternal sovereigns behind him attacked one after another, and barreled towards Yang Feng, and the others with various powerful offensive secret methods. You're courting death. Eyes radiating fearsome light, Yang Feng took a step forward, a torrent of time surged, and he teleported to in front of me and extended his hand towards me. That claw smashed out, causing the void to collapse and the world to be born and destroyed, suppressing everything. And me roared angrily and sent his hand, which turned into a rat claw capable of tearing apart a plane, barreling towards Yang Feng. A torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng's speed suddenly accelerated. A distorted spatial force swept towards me's claw and swept it aside. Yang Feng's right claw stabbed into me and easily tore apart his defenses, and a fearsome devour force erupted and devoured me. And me screamed with a look of horror on his face. 4th Firmament Eternal! You're a 4th Firmament Eternal powerhouse. 4th Firmament Eternal powerhouse. He's a 4th Firmament Eternal powerhouse. When the Eternal sovereigns besieging Yang Feng heard this voice, their countenance changed dramatically, and their morale wavered to the extreme. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of a 3rd Firmament Eternal sovereign. With a palm, he blasted the 3rd Firmament Eternal sovereign into pieces, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured the Eternal sovereign. Retreat! The Eternal sovereigns are all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing this scene, their countenance changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and fled in different directions. Strolling in the void, Yang Feng teleported 3 times in a row. After killing 3 Eternal sovereigns, he flickered and returned to the black boat. Thank you for your help, sir. Aboard the black boat, The eyes of the dragon-headed Eternal with many holes on his body shimmered with gratitude, and he took the initiative to step forward and say. The other Eternal Sovereigns also stepped forward and thanked Yang Feng one by one. Is Ringseth all right? Yang Feng took a look at the handsome Eternal in white armor and said with a smile. The blonde Eternal said with an innocent look on his face. Ringseth, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Since you don't want to admit it, then I'll look at your memories myself. Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless runes appeared and radiated black light. The runes tore through the sky and slammed towards the blonde Eternal. Go to hell. The complexion of the blonde Eternal changed dramatically. 36 silver-white pistols appeared on him, shone brightly, and fired 36 beams barreling towards Yang Feng. Fire, ice, curses, wind, annihilation, and other 36 essences turned into 36 beams barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Using external objects to carry essences. That's a good idea. As long as Eternal Sovereigns are willing to learn, they can easily master all kinds of essences. However, the most powerful essences are the essences sealed in the Eternal Mark after they advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, which is also their path. The blonde Eternal uses secret treasures to carry all kinds of essences and display formidable combat power. This idea made Yang Feng's eyes light up. Unfortunately, your idea is good, but you're too weak. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand and pressed down, and the 36 beams of light were extinguished. Then he slapped the blonde Eternal's head with his palm. A terrifying black hole emerged and swallowed the blonde Eternal in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining Eternal Sovereigns on the black vessel turned unsightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. Yang Feng glanced at the remaining Eternal Sovereigns on the black vessel with an enigmatic smile and said overbearingly, This person was my enemy, so I killed him. If you want to be my enemy, then I don't mind sending you to accompany him. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. The countenance of the Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they uttered, Go away. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Eternal Sovereigns turned into streams of light and fled towards the Black Island, as if they were granted amnesty. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the Black Island. There are still holy sovereigns, how rare. This is the barrier of the Black Island, which allows holy sovereigns to survive here. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Black Island, he saw many holy sovereigns and emperors. These holy sovereigns and emperors are engaged in the lowest jobs on the Black Island. After Yang Feng found a hotel to stay in on the Black Island, he checked the memories of the blonde and blue-eyed Eternal Sovereign in the room. The blonde Eternal is called Ling Jianan. He is a third firmament Eternal of the Cloud Universe, as well as one of the 9 Eternal Sovereigns of the Cloud Universe. After Ling Seth was killed by Yang Feng, he was reborn in the Cloud Universe. After Ling Seth was reborn, he was extremely weak. Betrayed by a traitor, he died tragically under the joint attack of the Cloud Universe's 3 Eternal Sovereigns, and his eternal imprint was broken. The Cloud Universe's 9 Eternal Sovereigns were originally equal in strength, forming a balance. After Ling Seth died, the 3 Eternal Sovereigns gained tremendous benefits, and their strength increased greatly. Then, a war of eternity broke out in the Cloud Universe. The 8 Eternal Sovereigns fought each other in the Cloud Universe, resulting in countless casualties. 2 more Eternal Sovereigns died, leaving only 6 Eternal Sovereigns in the Cloud Universe. At this moment, the Divine Light Universe used a peerless treasure it obtained from a great universe to launch a war of Universe Devour against the Cloud Universe. In the Divine Light Universe, there is only one Eternal, that is the sole God, the Divine Light God. However, the Divine Light God is a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse. If the Cloud Universe's 9 Eternal Sovereigns join forces, then as long as they are willing to sacrifice themselves, they may be able to fight the Divine Light God. But now, the Cloud Universe is not the opponent of the Divine Light Universe. If it wasn't for the existence of the universe boundary membrane, the Cloud Universe would have already been devoured by the Divine Light Universe. This time, Ling Jianan had snuck into the Grand Cosmos Sacred Sky Chaotic Sea in order to obtain opportunities and advance to become a 7th Heaven Eternal Realm expert. Otherwise, Once the universe boundary membrane breaks, the divine light God will descend upon the cloud universe, and the cloud universe will be doomed. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. This is really precious information. Unfortunately, I am too weak to participate in such a war. For eternal sovereigns, a war of universe devour is both a tribulation and a great opportunity. If they can win the war of universe devour, such a great opportunity can even enable a sixth firmament eternal powerhouse to advance to the seventh firmament eternal sovereign. Yang Feng put aside the matter of the cloud universe and began to sort out the memories he obtained by devouring Anda and the other eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile of excitement. The chaotic sky sea is really dangerous. However, after devouring Anda's memories, I finally found the location of the Doluo monarch's treasure trove. This trip was really worth it. Chapter 1462. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and his eyes shimmered gravely. These are the flame god's divine son and the ethereal fairy. As soon as Yang Feng landed on the Black Island, he released countless eternal nanorobots as his eyes and ears. Those eternal nanoparticle robots were reconnaissance robots refined from scratch, just like particles. Even experts at the seventh heaven of the eternal realm would find it difficult to discover their existence if they did not use special secret treasures. Flame Spirit's divine son, are you sure that Yang Feng will come to the Black Island? In a room to the side, the ethereal fairy's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she gnashed her teeth. With a self-detonation, Yang Feng destroyed the ethereal immortal palace and killed the young masters of the Wave Holy Heaven's forces. Now she can't wait to tear Yang Feng to pieces, seal him for 100 million years, and torture him day and night. The flame god Godchild smiled and said, "Of course." There was a treasure trove of an eternal overlord in the disordered space sea. Yang Feng snatched the treasure trove map, which greatly offended our flame god race. If he wants to open the treasury, he'll definitely come to the chaotic space sea. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She said slowly, "An eternal giant's treasure? Which eternal realm expert's treasure is worth your flame god race paying such a huge price? You're even willing to take out the chance to comprehend the steals of the giants?" To ordinary eternal sovereigns, the treasures of an eternal magnate were naturally of astonishing value. However, the Flame God clan also had an eternal giant overseeing the clan, and the clan possessed immense wealth. Normally, they would not cross a holy heaven to search for the treasures of the eternal giants in other holy heavens. The Flame God Divine Son said indifferently, "The Flame Ghost King's treasure." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said slowly, "Flame Ghost King." That was one of the unparalleled giants closest to the Eternal King, wielding the power of fire. Back then, he had once fought with the Purple Flame King, and there was no clear victor. If the Purple Flame King had not advanced to become an Eternal King, he would not have been able to suppress him. It was actually him. No wonder your Flame God clan was willing to pay such a huge price to search for his treasures. The Eternals of the 9 heavens of the Eternal Realm were called Eternal Bigwigs. However, there were different ranks among the Eternal Giants. The most powerful Eternal Overlords were known as the Invincible Overlords. With the help of their eternal treasures, the Invincible Giants could even possess some of the characteristics of the Eternal Kings. Once they killed an enemy Eternal, they could shatter their eternal imprint, causing them to fall. The guardian god of the Flame God clan was also an eternal giant, but he was just an ordinary eternal giant. If he wanted to advance and become an invincible giant, he would need to obtain the Flame Ghost King's inheritance or special treasures. The Flame God clan was also a clan that wielded the power of fire, and the inheritance of the Flame Ghost King was in line with their path. The ethereal fairy's eyes flashed as she said slowly, "The Sea of Chaos is huge. How can we find him?" "This is a unique treasure refined by my Flame God clan, the Soul Mirror. A wisp of his soul aura is sealed within the Soul Mirror. As long as he enters the chaotic space sea, he won't be able to escape from our Flame God clan. In fact, Yang Feng has already entered the Black Island in the chaotic Sky Sea. He is right next to us. The Flame God Clan's divine son smiled and flipped the fingers of his hand, and a palm-sized bronze mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in his hand. When he heard this, Yang Feng's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered gravely. My whereabouts have been exposed. The Flame God Clan is indeed one of the major races of the profound Holy Heaven. As a fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, Yang Feng has undergone a metamorphosis once, and is proficient in countless secret methods. He has long since severed his fate and concealed his soul aura. He is confident that he won't be hunted down. However, the soul mirror in the hands of the Flame God Clan's divine son can lock onto Yang Feng's position, which is simply heaven-defying. The ethereal fairy is very smart. Her thoughts revolved slightly, and she uttered, "Since you have found Yang Feng's position, why aren't you in a hurry to kill him? Do you want him to open the way to the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove?" The Flame God Clan's divine son responded with a smile. "That's right. The Flame Ghost King's treasure trove is very dangerous. If he is willing to serve as cannon fodder and search for the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove for us, then we will naturally take a lot less risk. Besides, the Black Island Lord is not a simple character. If we suppress Yang Feng here, then he will interfere, and it will be very troublesome." The Black Island is located in the chaotic Sky Sea. Every year, many eternal sovereigns enter it in search of opportunities. If the Black Island Lord wasn't extremely tyrannical, he would have been torn to pieces by the eternal sovereigns who poured in. Although the Flame God Clan's divine son is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, but he is not willing to suppress Yang Feng on the Black Island and alarm the Black Island Lord. The ethereal fairy uttered with a sweet smile. As expected of the Flame God Clan's divine son, you are really thoughtful. After the two chatted for a while, they parted ways. After the ethereal fairy returned to her room, a completely invisible ethereal light flew out of the room, strangely disappeared from the hotel, and went to another room. In that room, there is a man with a horn on his head, a pair of double pupils in his eyes, long red hair, a burly figure, and a wicked charm enveloping him. As soon as the ethereal fairy entered the room, she bowed to the man with a smile and said respectfully, "Greetings, God's son True Flame. In the eternal world, there are many races that wield the power of fire. Among them, the profound Holy Heaven's Flame God race and the Boda Holy Heaven's True Flame God race are among the best. The powerhouse with a horn on his head and double pupils in his eyes is the True Flame God race's divine son. In this generation, he is the powerhouse most likely to advance to an eternal realm powerhouse." The ethereal fairy uttered, "The Flame Ghost King's divine son is here for the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove." The god's son True Flame looked pensive. The Flame Ghost King's treasure trove. There is indeed a possibility. At the time, the Flame Ghost King fled into the chaotic Sky Sea and was killed by the Purple Flame Monarch here. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of the god's son True Flame, and he uttered coldly, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. The Flame God's son came to the Boda Holy Heaven to give us a big gift. After we find the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove, I will send him back to the profound Holy Heaven's eternal source energy pool. The profound Holy Heaven's Flame God race and the Boda Holy Heaven's True Flame God race are races that wield the power of fire. The two Holy Heavens are enemies, and the two races are mortal enemies. The Flame God's son True Flame God race never expected that the ethereal fairy would have such a good relationship with the god's son True Flame that she betrayed him early on. The two discussed for a while before separating. "Since you don't dare to do anything on the Black Island, then let's stay here for a while." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, ripples appeared on his body, and Zero walked out of the void, turned into smoke, and disappeared from the room. Before long, a ray of light entered the chaotic Sky Sea. Zero's departure didn't cause any waves. Every day, many eternal sovereigns enter the depths of the chaotic Sky Sea to look for opportunities. Under the guidance of Anda's memories, Zero avoided many strange phenomena along the way, and arrived at an extremely spacious area of the starry sky that did not seem to have any abnormalities. "It's here." When Zero appeared in the starry sky, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. With a flick of her wrist, a green key emitting a sparkling luster appeared in her hand. The sparkling and translucent key radiated green light and entered the void. Along with a rumbling sound, a huge bronze gate appeared and slowly opened. Zero's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and entered the bronze gate. "This is the Turo monarch's treasure trove. His treasure trove is hidden in the deepest part." Zero looked around and saw that he had appeared in a world full of life source energy. The concentration of life source energy in this world is 100 times higher than that of the Borda Holy Heaven. Clearly, someone used a peerless secret method to seal a tremendous amount of life source energy in this world. The Turo monarch's treasure trove is in the center of this world. With a cold look in her eyes, Zero waved her hand, and countless reconnaissance robots surged in all directions like a tide to carry out reconnaissance and feedback. Beams of teleportation light appeared one after another, as various treasures from the Turo King's treasure hoard were continuously teleported to Zero. As expected of the Turo monarch's treasure trove, there are so many treasures in the outermost area. "It's enough for me to cultivate 20 eternal sovereigns. If I use them all on myself, it'll be enough for me to break through and advance to the 5th firmament eternal sovereign realm." Through Zero's gaze, Yang Feng saw the various treasures harvested in this world, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. After harvesting a large number of treasures, Zero turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the world under the guidance of the green key. A world of fire shrouded in endless flames emerged and blocked in front of Zero. "This is destruction fire. Destruction fire that can burn everything. If I want to break this destruction fire, I need to advance to the 7th firmament eternal sovereign realm, at the very least." Yang Feng looked at the world of fire and narrowed his eyes slightly. The world of fire blocked Yang Feng from coveting the Turo monarch's treasure trove. "Come back, Zero." Yang Feng tried for several days and used various methods, but still couldn't cross the world shrouded in flames. His heart skipped a beat as he ordered. Zero's figure fluttered, and he left the Turo monarch's treasure trove with countless precious cultivation resources. When Zero returned to Yang Feng's side, he used the various precious cultivation resources he obtained from the Turo monarch's treasure trove to repair Star Concubine. With the help of the tremendous resources, Star Concubine finally suppressed the destruction fire and began to improve. Chapter 1463. Inside a secret cultivation room on the Black Island, Yang Feng opened his eyes and inhaled, and countless peerless treasures Zero obtained from the periphery of the Turo monarch's treasure trove entered his mouth. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng, and a vast and fearsome aura spread from him. Under the influence of the Nether Law, a huge energy whirlpool appeared above the Black Island, and a beam of energy light dropped from the sky and entered Yang Feng. Someone broke through. This aura. Someone has advanced to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. I'm so lucky to be able to advance on this Black Island. Looks like that person obtained a great opportunity in the chaotic space ocean. On the Black Island, eternal sovereigns looked at the hotel where Yang Feng is staying with envy and jealousy in their eyes. On this Black Island, most of the eternal beings were existences below the 4th heaven of the eternal realm. A 5th heaven of the eternal realm expert could easily become one of the most powerful existences. This guy actually advanced to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. No wonder he stayed on the Black Island. So he's already on the verge of advancing. The divine prince of the flame god realm held the soul mirror and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He was not moved at all. There was a huge gap between the 7th and 6th heavens of the eternal realm. Even though Yang Feng has advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm, but in the eyes of the flame god's divine son, he is just a vulnerable ant. 5th heaven of the eternal realm. Yang Feng's advancement speed was really too fast. Damn it, I actually provoked such an enemy. We can't let him live. The ethereal fairy looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, and her heart skipped a beat. A cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. The ethereal fairy has also obtained information about Yang Feng from the flame god's divine son. She knows that Yang Feng has advanced from the third firmament eternal realm to the fifth firmament eternal realm in less than 100 years. This advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. When ethereal fairy thought about how she had offended such a ruthless person because of a promise from the flame god's sacred prince, she could not help but feel regretful. Divine Son Zhen Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he smiled coldly. Fifth heavens of the eternal realm. This Yang Feng really has some skill. No wonder they dared to snatch food from the jaws of the flame god clan. Unfortunately, in the end, they are just lowly things. They don't know the terror of our powerful races. If you offend us, only death awaits you. The eternal world's 10 great sacred heavens were controlled by countless powerful races. Those races controlled the resources of the 10 great sacred heavens and absorbed the essence of the universe. Yang Feng, who came to the eternal world from another universe, has no backing. Once he angers the strong races, he will be hunted down. Fifth heaven of the eternal realm. At the center of the Black Island, the Black Island Island Master stood quietly at the top of a black tower, looking at the terrifying energy light pillar with a cold expression. The pillar of light lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before disappearing. I finally advanced to the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. Unfortunately, even though my strength has increased greatly, I still have no chance of winning against the flame god child and the true flame god child. I can only activate that plan. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. Then he closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation base. 10 days later, a ray of light flew out of the Black Island and flew towards the depths of the chaotic sky sea. In the depths of the chaotic sky sea, in the starry sky, Yang Feng took out a green key. Green light shone, and a bronze gate containing the mysteries of the Turo monarch slowly emerged. You're finally here, Yang Feng. A cold voice emerged from the void, and the flame spirit god's son abruptly appeared in front of Yang Feng covered in flames and, as if teleporting, sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. As a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, the flame spirit god's son launched a sneak attack and smashed Yang Feng's barriers with a palm, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted Yang Feng into pieces. A fire of destruction that can burn everything appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. In the wake of the fire of destruction, Yang Feng's body was burned to ashes. The flame god child beckoned with a hand, and the green key flew into his hand. The ethereal fairy walked out of the void and said with a cold ray in her beautiful eyes, "Congratulations to the flame god child for slaying Yang Feng. However, why don't you seal him? In this way, we can torture him day and night and make him beg for death. For Eternals, unless their mark of eternity could be destroyed, being sealed would be more painful than being killed. No matter how determined an Eternal is, once they are sealed for 10 million years, they will go crazy and become a lunatic." The flame god child flicked his wrist and put away the key. Then, his gaze fell on the ethereal fairy, and an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes. Sealing him is naturally the best solution. But Yang Feng isn't weak. I don't want him to destroy this key. Ethereal fairy, this is a treasure trove that my flame god race is determined to get. Please leave this place, and I will owe you a favor. If you don't leave, then I will have to send you back. The flame god child smiled slightly. Countless fire runes appeared all over him, and fire of destruction revolved around him, making him look like a fire transcendent. A fearsome killing intent slowly spread from the flame god child and swept in all directions. The Turo monarch's treasure trove is the treasure trove of an eternal monarch. The flame god child will never allow others to follow him, nor will he allow any accidents to happen. Flame god child, you really are not a trustworthy person. True flame god child, please show yourself. The ethereal fairy sighed faintly, took a deep look at the flame god child, and took a few steps back. With a flash of fire, 99 fire true dragons, 99 fire phoenixes, and 99 three-legged golden crows appeared in the void. The fire true dragons, fire phoenixes, and three-legged golden crows are all pure-blooded true spirits, and each of them possesses first firmament eternal realm strength. A sun chariot pulled by 9/4 firmament eternal true dragons emerged from the void. There is a person sitting in the sun chariot. It is the true flame god-child. The true flame god-child looked at the flame god-child with ridicule in his eyes and said with a smile, "Flame god-child, hand over the key in your hand. Otherwise, I will send you back to the profound sacred heaven." The flame godchild is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and the true flame godchild isn't sure he can defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, the 300 elite eternal soldiers around true flame godchild are enough to form an eternal array, trap the flame godchild, and eventually kill him. The flame godchild's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he glared at the ethereal fairy and said coldly, "Ethereal fairy, you really betrayed me." The ethereal fairy responded with a faint smile. "Likewise, divine prince of flame god. Didn't you also break your promise and want to kill me? We agreed to explore the flame ghost monarch's treasure trove together." The flame godchild's eyes flickered, and with a flip of his hand, the emerald key appeared. Rays of cyan light entered the sky and formed a huge bronze gate. With the power of the emerald key, the bronze gate slowly opened. The flame godchild's figure flickered, turned into a flame, and flew directly toward the bronze gate. "Go in." The true flame godchild's face flickered, and he suddenly burst out. He reached out with his claw, and a ghost flame claw appeared and grabbed at the flame godchild. The flame godchild waved his hand, and a flame god diagram appeared. Bursts of light flashed, and from the god of flame drawing, a terrifying power fluctuation of an eternal giant spread out. A terrifying giant hand that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth appeared, and slammed towards the divine son of true flame. "Damn it, you used your trump card so soon?" The true flame godchild's face flickered. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a red gold statue appeared. A ghostly hand shrouded in ghostly flames emerged from the golden red statue, and collided with the terrifying giant hand. Boom! Along with 2 earth-shattering blasts, 2 supreme forces collided and annihilated each other, and the 2 giant hands collapsed in an instant. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The 300 eternal soldiers subordinated to the true flame god-child were scattered by the terrifying power of the clash between the eternal powerhouses. The flame godchild flew into the bronze gate. The bronze gate closed inch by inch. "Damn it!" The true flame godchild's face was ashen. He turned into a stream of fire, and flew into the bronze gate, before it closed completely. Along with flashes of light, the ethereal fairy, and the dozens of eternal sovereigns subordinated to the true flame god flew into the bronze gate before it closed. Boom! The bronze gate closed and disappeared from everyone's sight. No matter what secret methods the remaining eternal sovereigns used, they couldn't open the bronze gate. "Damn flame godchild, I want you dead." As soon as the true flame godchild entered that world, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. He regretted that he didn't activate the eternal array and kill the flame godchild immediately. The flame godchild's sneak attack on Yangfeng was decisive and one-hit kill. After killing Yangfeng, he snatched the Turo monarch's key from him. After true flame godchild appeared, although he forced the flame godchild to use his trump card and flee into the Turo monarch's treasure trove, but he is still a notch inferior to the flame godchild. The true flame godchild looked into the distance, then cast a secret method, turned into a stream of fire, and chased after the flame godchild. Chapter 1464. Destruction Fire. The heavens are on my side. Guided by the key, the flame god's son appeared in front of the world filled with destruction fire. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and destruction fire emerged and circled him. The flame god's son took a step, and stepped into the world filled with destruction fire. The destruction fire, which can burn everything, destroy everything, and purify everything, swept towards the flame god's son, and then merged with the destruction fire protecting him, unable to harm him. The flame god's son is already a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and he has mastered destruction fire. For him, the world filled with destruction fire is not only not a threat, but a holy land for cultivation instead. The flame god's son laughed out loud and provoked. True flame god, come in and fight me if you have the guts. The true flame god's son looked at the destruction fire with a gloomy look in his eyes. The true flame god's son grasped the power of ogre flame. The flame god's son grasped the power of destruction fire. If they fought in the world filled with destruction fire, the true flame god's son would not be the opponent of the flame god's son. From the world filled with destruction fire came the cold and cruel voice of the true flame god. If you don't have the guts, then scram. Otherwise, when I get the flame ghost monarch's treasure trove, it will be your death. Flame god's son, a trifling world filled with destruction fire can't stop me. The true flame god's son smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a gold crystal ghost head appeared. The eyes of the gold crystal ghost head shimmered fiercely, and it erupted with eternal powerhouse, rank might, and inhaled. The destruction fire that shrouded the world turned into a fearsome whirlpool that entered the crystal ghost head. The destruction fire and ogre flame, two supreme fire forces, tangled with each other and eventually collapsed. The crystal ghost head, which sealed the power of an eternal realm powerhouse, was one of the life-saving means of the true flame god's son. This was also the reason why the divine sons of powerful races were invincible, and had the confidence to sweep away everything. Of course, treasures that could seal the power of an eternal realm powerhouse were extremely precious. Generally, divine sons of different races only had one or two. In order to suppress the flame god's son, the true flame god's son asked his family for a few more treasures in order to suppress the flame god's son and plunder his treasure trove. After the destruction fire disappeared, a scorched black world without a trace of life appeared in front of the true flame god's son. Behind the charred and lifeless world was a world filled with raging winds. The figure of a flame god divine son fluttered, and he plunged into the world full of gales. God's son Jin Yen, ethereal fairy, and the other eternal ones used their secret techniques as well. They turned into beams of light and entered the world of wind. As soon as they entered the incomparably terrifying gale world, it was as if an expert at the first heaven of the eternal realm had unleashed a powerful large-scale killing secret technique, constantly attacking everyone. The flame god's son, and in the other eternal rank fire. The eternal rank sun, and the barrier of the eternal flame of the fire. A fire. Countless wind blades slashed at the barrier of the flame god's sun, and the other eternal rank powerhouses, consuming their power. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long eternal wind dragon emerged from the world of wind, opened its maw, and bit an eternal. Fearsome wind force erupted, slashed at the eternal, and cut him into pieces. A mysterious light shot out from the center of the Duluo monarch's treasure trove, and hit the broken corpse of an eternal. A mysterious and mighty power appeared, and an eternal mark appeared on the eternal's corpse. My Lord, save me! My Lord, save me! The mark of eternity appeared, and then it emitted a wave of earth-shattering and miserable shrieks. The eternal wind dragon opened its mouth and bit down, instantly crushing the eternal mark. No! Amidst a shrill scream, the eternal one perished. He's really fallen. The eternal mark shattered, he really died. How could this be? When the eternal sovereigns who chased after them saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The most terrifying thing about eternal sovereigns was their immortality. Even if an eternal was killed by another fearsome existence, they could be reborn in the universe or realm where the eternal mark was placed. However, if an eternal was killed by a wind dragon, then his eternal mark would shatter. That meant that he had truly perished, and was deader than dead. Shock flashed in the eyes of True Flame's son, and his mind shook. The means left behind by the Flame Ghost Monarch are that strong. When the Flame Ghost Monarch was alive, he was an invincible tycoon with some of the characteristics of an eternal king. Once he killed an eternal, he could extract the enemy's eternal mark and destroy it, truly killing an eternal. However, while the Flame Ghost Monarch could do this when he was alive, he might not be able to do it after death. How clever was True Flame's son? He guessed the truth at once. His eyes flashed with a scorching shade and his blood boiled. No, an eternal king. This must be the treasure trove of an eternal king. This isn't the treasure trove of the flame ghost monarch, but a genuine treasure trove of an eternal king. No wonder Flame God's son wants this treasure trove at all costs. This is an eternal king's treasure trove. It may contain the secrets of an eternal king. There was only a great realm difference between an invincible eternal giant and an eternal king, but the gap between the two was like a chasm. In the past, the Flame Ghost Monarch could compete with the Purple Flame Monarch. But as soon as the Purple Flame Monarch advanced to an eternal king, he suppressed the Flame Ghost Monarch with a flip of his hand. No matter how powerful an eternal giant was, in front of an eternal king, the only thing they could do was to escape. In the eternal world, only an eternal king could ignore an eternal legion composed of eternal sovereigns, suppressing an eternal legion by himself. In the eternal world, legend has it that above an eternal king, there is an eternal god emperor. However, no one has ever seen an eternal god emperor. The eternal god emperor has become a legend. The most powerful is the eternal king, who controls the 10 holy heavens. In the world of wind, one eternal wind dragon after another emerged and fought with the eternal sovereigns. Deity True Flame, thank you for helping me hold back these eternal wind dragons. I'll be going first. The Flame God's son spewed out a mouthful of blood essence, and then a pair of flame god wings unfolded behind him. With a flap of his wings, wind and fire intertwined and tore through the sky, and he flew out of the world of wind in an instant. Damn it! The eyes of the true Flame God's son flashed fiercely, countless runes appeared, flames revolved around him, and he transformed into a 4-meter-tall true flame god with countless mysterious runes engraved on his head. After the transformation, the true Flame God's son turned into a stream of light, tore apart 2 eternal wind dragons, and chased after the Flame God's son. In the world of wind, where the eternal wind dragons wreaked havoc, there were still many of true Flame God's son's eternal subordinates. These subordinates were abandoned by the true Flame God. Unless the true Flame God's son uses the treasure of an eternal giant again, it will be impossible to save his subordinates. True Flame God's son, save me. Ribbons fluttered around the ethereal fairy and sent the eternal wind dragons flying. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with distress, and she pleaded pitifully to the true Flame God. His face expressionless, the true Flame God didn't even look at the ethereal fairy. He flickered a few times, flew out of the world of wind and disappeared. I knew you weren't reliable. Master of the Black Island, come out. If you don't come out, I'll have to leave. After the ethereal fairy saw the true Flame God leave, her pretty face flickered, and she waved her lily-white hand, and a black bead flew into the void. As soon as the black bead flew into the void, it radiated black light, shone with countless runes, and condensed into the Master of the Black Island. Let's go. The Master of the Black Island looked at the incoming eternal wind dragons with a dignified look in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, and a black eternal dark diagram appeared. On the eternal dark demon portrait, many dark demon gods appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a black defensive barrier that enveloped the Lord of Black Island and the ethereal fairy. Then the barrier carried them forward. The eternal wind dragons rode a terrifying gale and tore at the defensive boundary formed by the black devil. The wind blades and demonic light intertwined, and the defensive boundary formed by the black devil was slashed by countless wind blades. It set off ripples, but it didn't budge. In a dozen breaths of time, the Master of the Black Island flew out of the world of wind with the ethereal fairy. As soon as they flew out of the world of wind, the ethereal fairy saw 2 terrifying flames burning the mysterious ice sea. The mysterious ice sea, which could freeze everything, was burned by the 2 eternal magnate-level flames. All the power of ice disappeared, turned into smoke, and rose into the air. The various ice-type fierce beasts in the mysterious ice sea were also burned to ashes. After the mysterious ice sea was burned to ashes, the eyes of the Flame God's son and the true Flame God's son fell on the Master of the Black Island and the ethereal fairy. When the true Flame God's son saw the Master of the Black Island next to the ethereal fairy, his face became extremely unsightly. The Flame God's son glanced at the ethereal fairy and laughed. His eyes flashed coldly and he said, "Haha, true Flame God's son, It seems that bitch also betrayed you. Why don't the two of us join forces to eliminate this bitch and the master of the Black Island first, and then explore the treasure?" The master of the Black Island said, "True Flame God's son. The Flame God's son is an enemy of the Boda Holy Heaven. Let's join forces to kill him first, and then explore the treasure together." Chapter 1465. Alright, let's join hands and kill the Flame God Divine Son first. Then we can talk about other things. True Flame God's eyes twinkled. He waved his hand, and a ghost flame spear tore through the sky towards Flame God's son. The Lord of Black Island took a step forward, and a terrifying aura at the peak of the sixth heaven of the eternal realm filled the air. With a wave of his hand, the eternal black demon diagram flew out and blossomed with endless ominous light. A bull-headed black demon with a human body, and the head of a bull flew out from the eternal black demon diagram. His body was covered with all kinds of eyeballs, and he was shrouded in layers of demonic chi. That bull-headed black demon was a treasure that the Lord of Black Island had refined with the skeleton of an expert at the eighth heaven of the eternal realm, as well as countless rare treasures of heaven and earth in the chaotic sky sea. Its battle prowess was astonishing, comparable to that of an expert at the seventh heaven of the eternal realm. The bull-headed black devil's eyes flickered with ferocity. With a battle axe in hand, he traversed the void and appeared in front of the Flame God Divine Son in one step. He swung the battle axe at the Flame God Divine Son. Damn it! The eyes of the Flame God Divine Prince flashed with anger. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. A scroll filled with endless destructive flames flew out. Countless runes flashed, and a terrifying hand reached out from the scroll, exuding the power of an eternal giant, and slapped towards True Flame Deity and the bull-headed black devil. When the terrifying hand hit True Flame God turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. The big hand slapped down and slapped the body of the ox-headed black devil. An overbearing force that can suppress the world erupted and blasted the bull-head black devil into pieces, and then the fire of destruction burned the bull-head black devil into ashes. In the void, the eternal black demon diagram was set ablaze, turning into ashes that drifted away with the wind. A hint of heartache flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Black Island as he howled. "My treasure map! Divine Son of Flame God, you deserve to die." The Flame God Divine Child took the opportunity to turn into a beam of fire and enter the last essence magnet world. The magnetite world was filled with all kinds of eternal magnetite divine light. The dense eternal magnetic divine light swept towards the Flame God Divine Child and immediately broke his protective boundary, forcing him to burn his blood essence and open an even more powerful defensive boundary. A terrifying gravity enveloped the Flame God's Divine Son, causing him to fall from the sky and walk forward step by step. Should we destroy this place? After the Flame God Divine Child landed, he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. The eternal metamagnet divine light kept bombarding his body, creating bloody holes. It made him feel like he wanted to destroy everything. Damn it, if it weren't for that bitch ethereal fairy's betrayal, I would have already passed through this area. I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. After weighing the pros and cons, the divine prince of the flame god gritted his teeth and gave up on using his trump cards to destroy the essence magnetic world. For the sake of the Turo King's treasures, the flame god divine son had practically emptied the flame god clan of all the treasures that contained the eternal giant's attack. Even so, there was only one treasure left in the hands of the flame god divine son that had sealed the attack of the eternal giant. If it weren't for the ethereal fairy, the flame god divine son could have passed through the four worlds and reached the core of the Turo King's treasure trove. At most, he would have spent a treasure that contained the eternal giant's attack in the Black Ice Sea. But now, he only reached the magnetite world after consuming a large number of treasures. 3 rays of light flashed, and the flame god divine son's group of 3 broke into the magnetite world and chased after the flame god divine son. Boom, boom. Along with loud noises, 3,100-meter-tall earth golems, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and enveloped in eternal metamagnet divine light appeared. The eyes of the 30 earth golems flickered fiercely, and they fired eternal metamagnet divine light barreling towards the flame god divine sun's group of 4. Die! The eyes of the flame god divine sun's group of 4 flickered fiercely, countless runes surged, and he turned into a 100-meter tall giant, surrounded by the fire of destruction, and fought the earth golems. The fire of destruction is terrifying to the extreme. Besieged by the earth golems, the flame god divine sun's group of 4 controlled the fire of destruction to burn the earth golems one by one and turn them into ashes. The master of the Black Island, the true flame god divine sun, and the ethereal fairy also unleashed powerful offensive secret methods to fight the earth golems. In the magnetite world, the 30 earth golems could quell a 7th heaven eternal realm powerhouse. However, he was forcibly killed by the 4 powerhouses, and forcibly slaughtered his way out of the magnetite world. After killing their way out of the magnetite world, a huge bronze altar appeared in front of the 4 eternal realm sovereigns. On the bronze altar there is a throne. On the throne, there sits a handsome man with a horn on his head, dressed in a broken bronze armor, and exuding a domineering aura. A gold dragon spear stabbed the terrifying man in the heart, as if suppressing him on the throne, making him unable to move forever. The Beta Monarch and the Darkthroat Monarch joined forces to suppress the Dura Monarch. The Beta Monarch cast the secret method Dragon Slaying Heaven Suppression Method, condensed the Dragon Slaying Golden Spear, broke the Dura Monarch's eternal mark in one fell swoop, and seriously injured him. This is the Dura Monarch. When the true flame god divine sun saw the terrifying man on the throne, his eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and he shouted. Once an ordinary Eternal's mark of eternity was shattered, only death awaited them. They would perish on the spot. But the Dura Monarch is an eternal lord. Even though his eternal mark has collapsed, he can still linger on for some time. Evidently, he fled back to his lair. The master of the Black Island's eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and he muttered, "The Dura Monarch. This is the Dura Monarch's treasure trove." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes also shimmered with joy. This is the Dura Monarch's treasure trove. An eternal lord is extremely powerful. Even a little treasure left behind by them is enough to make an eternal lord go crazy. Not to mention anything else, just the remains of the Dura Monarch are precious treasures that can become the foundation of the major forces of the 10 holy heavens. With a cold look in his eyes, the flame god divine sun waved his hand, and a scroll flew out. Flames of destruction soared, and a giant hand containing the power of an eternal lord flew out of the scroll, and grabbed towards the master of the Black Island, the true flame god divine sun, and the ethereal fairy. The true flame god divine sun smiled coldly, took out a mirror, stepped into the mirror, and suddenly disappeared from this world. Damn it! The face of the master of the Black Island changed dramatically. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he became a 100-meter tall giant. He erupted with pinnacle 7th firmament eternal rank aura, brandished the battle axe in his hand, and slashed at the giant hand. The true cultivation base of the master of the Black Island is the master of the Black Island, and this is the reason why he dares to participate in the competition for the treasures of the 2 divine suns. When the giant hand containing the flames of destruction slammed into the master of the Black Island, the master of the Black Island was blasted apart, and then the flames of destruction rolled out and burned the master of the Black Island to ashes. No! Along with a shrill scream, the eternal imprint of the master of the Black Island appeared strangely, collapsed, and turned into a stream of light that entered a white jade disc in the Dura Monarch's hand. Flame God 9 extinctions appear. The flame god divine sun spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, frantically burned his life origin, and pointed at the void. The void was in chaos, and a mirror was forced out of the void. The terrifying hand containing the flames of destruction slapped down on the mirror. A terrifying power erupted and shattered the mirror into pieces. No! How could this be? The true flame deity flew out of the mirror, a look of shock on his face. He issued a heart-wrenching roar and spread the fingers of a hand, wanting to release his trump card. Single heart thrust. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the flame god divine prince. He held a dagger and stabbed his own heart. The moment the dagger pierced true flame god's heart, a terrifying power exploded in true flame god's heart. It made true flame god's reaction slow. Normally, that moment wouldn't have mattered, but at that moment, the terrifying hand containing the destructive flames slammed into true flame god's body, turning him into ashes. No, I don't want to die. An eternal mark appeared and true flame god's shrill screams could be heard. He collapsed and turned into a beam of light that entered the white jade disc. The flame god divine prince spat out a large mouthful of blood, glanced at the ethereal fairy, smiled ferociously and said coldly, "Haha! What makes you trash think you can fight me? Ethereal fairy, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then kneel and swear allegiance to me. You will be my slave for 100 million years. Otherwise, I'll kill you and make you truly perish." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and she took a few steps back. With an unsightly expression on her face, she squeezed out a smile and said, "Flame god divine prince, I swear to submit to you and serve you for 100 million years." The ethereal fairy gritted her teeth, knelt in front of the flame god divine prince, and began to swear. "Go to hell." The moment the ethereal fairy knelt, the flame god godchild's eyes flashed with coldness. He burned his eternal essence and tore through space, appearing in front of the ethereal fairy in one step. He slammed his palm down, crushing all of the ethereal fairy's resistance and landing on her head. Terrifying flames of destruction appeared and enveloped the ethereal fairy, burning her to ashes inch by inch. Chapter 1466. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I am willing to do anything for you. The empty spirit fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with endless horror, and she screamed miserably. The flame god Shensi said with a cold smile, "It's very simple. If it weren't for you, bitch, I could have smoothly obtained the treasure of the Duluth king this time. You caused me to lose all my foundation and severely damaged my origin. You deserve to die." The flame god Shensi glanced at the empty spirit fairy with a playful look in his eyes, and said with a chuckle, "And let me tell you a secret. If you had fought me just now, I may not have been your opponent." The flame god Shensi had just used his foundation, burned his blood essence and eternal origin, and killed the Black Island master and true flame god Shensi in one fell swoop. But his body was seriously injured. It was just that the flame god Shensi had killed two seventh heavens, eternal heavens powerhouses in one fell swoop that deterred the empty spirit fairy. She was so scared that she gave up resisting and was killed by the flame god Shensi. Originally, the empty spirit fairy could have fought the flame god Shensi, but now that the flame of destruction entered her body, the empty spirit fairy no longer had a chance to resist. "Flame god Shensi, you beast, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death." The empty spirit fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and countless runes emerged, and the eternal imprint appeared directly, and burned in an instant. A gray curse light emerged from the empty spirit fairy, passed through the flame of destruction, and hit the flame god Shensi. The flame god Shensi said with a contemptuous smile, "Curse technique? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Even if you burn your eternal true spirit to cast the curse technique, you can only weaken my power by 10% at most. In just 10 days, I will be able to refine your curse technique." The empty spirit fairy, a sixth heaven's eternal powerhouse, burned her eternal imprint to cast the curse technique with infinite power and terror. Once a fourth heaven's eternal powerhouse was hit by this curse, they would be tortured for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, the flame god Shensi wielded the flame of destruction, and was born to restrain all kinds of curses. The ethereal fairy's curse technique was only a little trouble to him. At this moment, the green key in the arms of the flame god divine sun suddenly burst open, and Yang Feng emerged from the green key. The Shishun armor shone brightly, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method, formed a Devour Heaven spike, tore through the firmament, and stabbed towards the flame god divine sun. Defensive boundaries suddenly appeared around the flame god Shensi, and the Devour Heaven spike penetrated the defensive boundaries and stabbed into the flame god Shenxi. Countless devour runes emerged and frantically devoured the flame god Shenxi's eternal source. Flame god's immortal body. The flame god Shenxi's eyes flashed fiercely, and the part of the eternal origin that has been pierced through exploded, and fearsome fire force blasted Yang Feng away. A tremendous amount of destruction flames appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. Xingji! Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand, and Xingji appeared in front of him, with the giant shield in hand. Xingji drew a copious amount of star force to converge on the giant shield, and opened a huge star barrier. Locked in a stalemate with the star barrier, the destruction flames burned the star barrier inch by inch, unable to break it. Although the flame god Shenxi is a powerhouse at the seventh firmament of the eternal realm, but after all, he fought several peerless enemies in succession. Even though he killed those great enemies, but he still suffered heavy losses and exhausted his underlying strength. He is no longer as ferocious as before. An afterimage flickered, turned into a shadow, and stabbed the ruler's shadow spear silently towards the back of the flame god Shenxi. Are you Yang Feng's trump card? That's a top assassin for you. If I wasn't on guard, I might have been assassinated by you. But since I'm on guard, how can a piece of trash like you assassinate me? With a cold look in his eyes, the flame god Shenxi smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the mirror of shadows exuding endless breath of eternity appeared. Dark rays of light emerged from the absorbing shadow mirror, rolled towards Ying, and sucked him in. The mirror of shadows is an eternal treasure refined by a powerhouse at the seventh firmament of the eternal realm. It is specially designed to restrain eternal sovereigns who wield the authority of shadows. After seeing Shadow's assassination methods, the flame god Shenxi naturally tried to get his hands on this eternal treasure. This is the terror of the divine sons of great races in the eternal world. As long as they see through the trump cards of hostile eternal sovereigns, they can find targeted eternal treasures to restrain them. If you want to defeat them, you have to crush them in terms of strength. Then do you know of my existence? A cold voice sounded from the void. A sovereign's whip flew out of the void and lashed the body of the flame god Shenxi viciously. An incomparably terrifying force erupted and blasted the body of the flame god Shenxi into pieces. With a flash of destruction flames, the flame god Shenxi's body was completely restored. The 12 holy apostles appeared in an instant, performed various offensive secret methods, resonated with each other, and slammed into the mirror of shadows. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering sound, the absorbing mirror collapsed and shattered. Ying jumped out of the absorbing shadow mirror, and with a slight shake of his body, he split into 9 clones, and attacked the flame god Shenxi from 9 directions. Flame god Shenxi, this is where you will be buried. Zero's eyes were cold, and he controlled the whip of the ruler, turned into a violent true dragon, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and blasted towards the flame god Shenxi. Flames of destruction intertwined in the flame god Shenxi's body, and turned into a 10-meter-tall giant surrounded by flames of destruction. Holding the flame god sword, he fought with Zero. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the flame god Shenxi exchanged thousands of blows with Zero. The void was torn apart, and he was forced to retreat, and he was whipped several times by Zero. Originally, the flame god Shenxi's strength was far above Zero's. But after being injured repeatedly and burning his eternal origin essence to suppress the Black Isle Master and the true flame god Shenxi, his strength has dropped to an extremely frightening level. Then, he was cursed by the empty fairy and seriously injured by Yang Feng's sneak attack, which greatly reduced his strength. Countless runes appeared on the 12 holy apostles, resonated with each other, and then joined forces and barreled towards the flame god Shenxi. Open up! The flame god Shenxi's eyes flashed fiercely. He slashed out with his sword, and the flame of destruction turned into a fire dragon that roared out, burning and distorting the void. It swept towards the 12 holy apostles of the sovereigns, and sent them flying. Flames of destruction ignited on the 12 holy apostles, and began to burn everything. Flame god Shenxi, this is where you will die. A cold voice sounded, and a torrent of time appeared. Yang Feng teleported out of the torrent of time, and sent a punch flying. torrent of time, black hole, star of power, spatial portal. For essences erupted and formed a force that penetrated the flame god Shenxi's defenses and slammed into him. The flame god Shenxi screamed miserably at once, and then his body was blasted apart, and he turned into flames and fled in all directions. Shadows emerged from the void, and countless avatars stabbed at the flames with the ruler's shadow spear. The countless flames were penetrated by shadows, and then shadow seals filled the air and suppressed, and sealed the flames transformed from the flame god Shenxi one by one. Die! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a terrifying black hole devoured the flames transformed from the flame god Shenxi, and frantically devoured his life origin. Stay your hand, Yang Feng, let me live. I can give you the Taro Monarch's treasure trove. Let me go. Otherwise, once you kill me, the flame god race will not rest until one of us is dead. The countless flames condensed into the flame god Shenxi inside Yang Feng's black hole, and roared loudly with a ferocious expression and fear on his face. Idiot! Ever since I obtained the Taro Monarch's treasure trove, my relationship with the flame god race has been irreconcilable. In this case, killing a peerless genius like you is equivalent to cutting off the future of the flame god race. How can I let you go? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he closed the fingers of a hand, and countless rays of devour appeared, shrouded the flame god Shenxi, and devoured his eternal origin. Great arcane holy heaven, the flame god race's headquarters, an eternal imprint strangely appeared. The one who killed me is Yang Feng. The one who killed me is Yang Feng. The flame god Shenxi's miserable scream came from the eternal imprint, and then disappeared. Attracted by a mysterious force, the eternal imprint appeared on the remains of the flame god Shenxi. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the eternal imprint, and smashed it to pieces. A fearsome devour force enveloped the eternal imprint of the flame god Shenxi, and frantically devoured his eternal true spirit. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. So this is the eternal true spirit of the flame god Shenxi. That's a powerhouse of the seventh firmament for you. What a profound underlying strength. If I can devour 3 or 4 more eternal true spirits similar to the flame god Shenxi, I will have the underlying strength to advance to the 6th firmament of the eternal realm. At the moment when the eternal imprint of the flame god Shenxi was broken, a statue of the flame god Shenxi inside the headquarters collapsed and shattered. The divine sun died. How is that possible? How could the divine sun die? Yang Feng killed the divine sun. Impossible. The divine sun is a powerhouse of the 7th firmament of the eternal realm. How could he be killed by Yang Feng? Inside the flame god clan, when the experts of the flame god clan saw the statue of the flame god Shenxi crumble, their eyes flashed with shock. Chapter 1467. The flame god's son is the strongest genius of the younger generation of the flame god race. He is proficient in countless powerful secret methods. At the same time, he is also a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. In the flame god race, apart from the eternal tyrant, only a few old monsters of the 8th firmament eternal realm can defeat the flame god's son. The flame god's son is a peerless genius with the greatest potential to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm and become an eternal tyrant. Now that he has died, it is equivalent to cutting off half of the flame god race's future. Damn it! Who is it? Someone killed Yang Feng. It's him. I want him dead. I want him to die without a burial place. I want everyone related to him to die. A world-shaking, earth-shattering voice came from inside the flame god race. Fire clouds churned in the headquarters of the flame god race, as if the end of the world is coming. In the headquarters of the flame god race, many flame god powerhouses knelt on the ground shivering. Pass down my order. Send someone to Yanju Tian, and destroy the realm of eternal sovereigns under Yang Feng's command. Leave no one alive. A cruel voice came from the headquarters of the flame god race. Yes, ancestor. Respectful voices rang out one after another. One after another, terrifying experts of the flame god clan flew out towards Yanju Tian. When a tyrant gets angry, a universe can be destroyed. Originally, Even the flame god race wouldn't easily destroy a realm of a lesser heaven. But the death of the flame god's son is equivalent to cutting off the future of the flame god race, which naturally enraged an eternal tyrant. After all, the flame god race spent 5 million years and countless treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate the son of the flame god race's son to this step. He is the only being of the flame god race who has hope of advancing to an eternal tyrant. Now that the flame god's son has died, no one of the flame god race has been able to advance to an eternal tyrant for hundreds of thousands of years. Inside the Turo monarch's treasure trove, if I can devour and refine this body of the eternal king, I can definitely advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm or above. I might even be able to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, the seal on it is too terrifying. I can't crack it. Yang Feng climbed the altar and looked at the Duro monarch sitting on the throne, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Du Luo King's corpse contained King Beida's power. If he wanted to devour Du Luo King's corpse, he would have to contend against King Beida's power. At this time, Yang Feng's cultivation base is only at the 5th firmament eternal realm. The gap between him and the Beida monarch is like that between a dragon and an ant. There was no way he could resist King Beida's power. However, this Doluo white jade disc of the Doluo King can be obtained. With this eternal treasure, I can kill other Eternals, and they will die directly, allowing me to possess some of the characteristics of an Eternal King. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Doluo white jade disc, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. He bowed to the Doluo monarch in salute, and then extended his hand towards the Doluo white jade disc and grabbed it. Kill! 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 Swear that if you kill King Beida and Darkthroat King, you will obtain my Daluo divine slaughtering art. My Doluo white jade disc, and all my treasures will belong to you. As soon as the Doluo white jade disc fell into Yang Feng's hand, endless killing intent came from the Doluo white jade disc and poured into him. 0. Yang Feng's face fell, and he roared. 0 spread the fingers of his hand, and countless mechanical threads flew out, wrapped around the Doluo white jade disc, and pulled it from Yang Feng's hand. The crazy and fearsome intent was severed, and then began to pervade Zero's body. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured, and refined the violent killing intent. Countless mysterious runes also appeared in Zero's body, dispelling the resentment and killing intent that the Turo King had left on the disc bit by bit. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered, Shadow Xingji, help Zero crack the Doluo white jade disc. Yes, my lord. Shadow and Xingji extended countless mechanical threads that entered Zero's body. The 3 monarchs resonated with each other, and began to crack the Doluo white jade disc. The restrictions inside the Doluo white jade disc were cracked, and a copious amount of precious knowledge was extracted and poured into Zero's database. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. The Doluo white jade disc is an eternal monarch treasure rank treasure. Originally, it wasn't something that I could crack. However, it's already a broken treasure, and so many years have passed, so it was broken. Originally, Yang Feng needed to swear to take revenge on the 2 eternal monarchs in order to obtain the precious knowledge sealed inside the Doluo white jade disc. However, Zero directly broke the restrictions on the Doluo white jade disc and absorbed the knowledge inside. At the same time, he refined the Doluo white jade disc, inch by inch, and integrated it into his body. Once Zero completely integrates the Doluo white jade disc into his body, he will possess some of the characteristics of an eternal monarch treasure and become terrifying. The Doluo white jade disc hasn't received any nourishment for more than 1 million years. Even though it is an eternal monarch treasure rank treasure, but it has lost most of its spirit. Faced with the joint refinement of the 3 monarchs, the Doluo white jade disc disappeared inch by inch and entered Zero's body. Yang Feng continuously poured a large amount of eternal force into Zero, and used a large number of eternal source stones to extract eternal source force, and pour it into Zero's body. 10 days later, Zero opened his eyes, and a copious amount of information poured into Yang Feng's mind. The Doluo white jade disc can break the universe crystal wall and deceive the universe will of other universes, allowing Eternals to sneak into other universes quietly. As expected of a treasure of an Eternal monarch, it has such heaven-defying power. When Yang Feng saw the copious amount of information pouring in, his eyes lit up, and excitement flashed in his eyes. If an Eternal sovereign enters a universe without an Eternal sovereign, they can use various means to sneak around and hide. However, if an Eternal being wanted to enter a universe controlled by an Eternal being, it would definitely be courting death. They would be killed as soon as they entered that universe. The Doyuo white jade disc can break the universe crystal wall and deceive the universe will of other universes, allowing an Eternal sovereign to come to other universes. This kind of power is simply heaven-defying. It is with this power that the Doyuo monarch was able to advance step by step and become an Eternal sovereign. After refining the Doyuo white jade disc, Yang Feng searched the Doyuo monarch's treasure trove and found a lot of precious resources. But there are no more Eternal monarch treasure-ranked treasures. A few days later, Yang Feng left the Doyuo monarch's treasure trove. In front of the crystal wall of sky between the Borda holy heaven and a higher heaven, ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared in the void. 0. Yang Feng took a look at the crystal wall of sky and uttered flatly. 0 walked out of the void, and a miniature version of a white jade disc appeared on his forehead. White light flew out of the white jade disc and shone on the crystal wall of sky. The crystal wall of sky parted, revealing an unimpeded path. Shrouded in white light and guarded by 0, Yang Feng stepped into the path and entered the crystal wall of sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With an Eternal monarch treasure, I can now freely pass through the crystal wall of sky, which was almost impossible to cross in the past. From today on, except for the universes occupied by the Eternal monarch, no universe can stop me. The outerverse in front of a universe boundary membrane. Ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared outside the universe boundary membrane. 0. Following Yang Feng's order, 0 walked out of the void and appeared behind him. 0 opened his eyes, and mysterious white light shone in his eyes, and he investigated the universe boundary membrane. 0 uttered, I didn't find any fluctuations of power from the Eternal monarch. There is a 99% chance that this is not the universe of the Eternal monarchs. Generally, every Eternal monarch has a universe of their own. In the main universe, they were invincible and indestructible existences. Even if 2 Eternal monarchs join forces, they still can't defeat an Eternal monarch in their universe. Of course, if 3 or 4 Eternal monarchs join forces, it is still possible to kill an Eternal monarch in their universe. At the time, the Doyuo monarch was deceived, and his true body left the universe, which was why he was killed by the 2 Eternal monarchs, the Beta monarch and the Darkthroat monarch. The world of warlocks is engraved with Yang Feng's eternal imprint, which is also his universe. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Let's begin. Countless mysterious runes bloomed in 0's eyes, and the white jade disc appeared on her forehead. White light emerged from the white jade disc and entered the universe boundary membrane. Illuminated by the white light, the universe boundary membrane, which can resist 9th firmament eternal powerhouses, was easily disintegrated and revealed a bottomless passage. There are fluctuations of power from Eternal sovereigns in this world. According to the analysis of the fluctuations, it should be below the 4th firmament eternal realm. When the passage appeared, 0's eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, There are Eternal sovereigns? It seems to be a bit tricky. If there are no Eternal sovereigns in a universe, then for an Eternal like Yang Feng, it is very simple to conquer it. However, once there are Eternal sovereigns in a universe, even if they are 1st firmament Eternal sovereigns, they will be favored by the universe will, and can mobilize the power of the whole universe to suppress 9th firmament eternal powerhouses. Chapter 1468. The strength of Eternal sovereigns in this universe is below the 4th firmament eternal realm. I have 0's protection. Even if I'm exposed, I can still escape from an Eternal. It's worth a try. Yang Feng's heart stirred, his eyes shimmered with determination, and he stepped into the passageway. After passing through the passageway, Yang Feng appeared in an almost endless starry sky. In the endless starry sky, there were hundreds of stars blooming with dazzling starlight. Each star contained a terrifying star force comparable to an eternal being. Surrounded by countless stars, there was an incomparably huge world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. There is no world rejection, and no interference from the universe will. That's wonderful. Even the eternal sovereigns of this universe can't sense my existence. That's wonderful. Generally, once eternal sovereigns of other universes invade this universe, they will be rejected by the universe will. Furthermore, they will be immediately perceived by the eternal sovereigns of this universe. In the past, the soul Seth was far stronger than Yang Feng, but he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng in the transcendent world. Yang Feng's eyes shone with wisdom. If I challenge that eternal sovereign now, I will be courting death. I have to take root in this universe. Only by practicing cultivation with this universe's power system and integrating with this universe can I defeat that eternal sovereign. With a flash of light, he entered the world. If I want to improve my strength quickly, of course I have to find the most powerful force in this world and use the resources of that force to advance quickly. Found it. It's you. With a flash of dim light, Yang Feng appeared beside a pond in a royal palace. On the edge of the pond, there is a young man full of noble aura lying on the ground. At this time, he is exhaling more than he is inhaling. Amid screams, many eunuchs and palace maids rushed over. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the young man's head, and a devour force erupted and devoured the young man's soul and memories. In an instant, Yang Feng turned into the young man lying on the edge of the pond. Jenner, don't scare me. Doctor, what's wrong with Jenner? If anything happens to him, all of you will be buried with him. An extremely anxious voice sounded out from the side, and it was filled with terror and ghastly killing intent. One of the imperial physicians said, Your Highness, the seventh prince is just frightened and has a cold in his body. It's not a serious illness. As long as he takes a Star Yang pill, he will be able to recover completely in less than a day. The concubine scolded, Hurry up and let Jen, or take the pill. Yes. The imperial physician took out an elixir and sent it into Yang Feng's mouth. Specks of glittering starlight entered Yang Feng's body and nourished it. Yang Feng opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman with long black hair and a slender figure dressed in palace attire. Yang Feng, who has refined the memories of the seventh prince, was aware of everything the seventh prince knew. This world was called the Star World. Countless stars with terrifying power of the stars were floating in the sky. In this world, once a cultivator reached the age of 16, they would hold a sacrificial ceremony and offer sacrifices to the stars. During the sacrificial ceremony, the youngsters would communicate with the stars, awaken their star source stars, and then practice cultivation with the help of the star force of the star source stars. The star world was divided into 3 states, namely the state of Zhao, the state of Chu, and the state of Wei, which were at war with each other. The youngster possessed by Yang Feng was precisely the 7th Prince Li Zhen. The beautiful woman was one of the concubines of the state of Zhao's emperor, concubine Mei. Jenner, you're fine. You're fine. When concubine Mei saw Yang Feng open his eyes, she sobbed and muttered. Yang Feng said a few perfunctory words, and concubine Mei left. It seems that the person I chose was involved in a struggle in the palace. Was it the crown prince or the 4th prince's people who did it? After concubine Mei left, Yang Feng recalled the memories of the 7th prince and vaguely made some speculations. The crown prince was the eldest son of the empress. After awakening, he obtained the favor of the sky star of the 36 Big Dipper stars as his star source star, and received the support of the courtiers. The 4th prince was the eldest son of the imperial noble concubine Zhen, who awakened the Migres star of the Big Dipper 7 stars. He was a cut above the crown prince, and received the emperor's favor. In the star world, the top stars were the North Star, the Literati star, the Martial star, the Voracious Wolf star, the Army Destroyer star, and the 7 murders star. The North Star, the literati star, and the martial star were called the 3 heavenly stars. The voracious wolf star, the army destroyer star, and the 7 murders star were called the 3 ominous stars. Below the 3 ominous stars and the 3 heavenly stars were the Big Dipper 7 stars. Below the Big Dipper 7 stars were the 28 mansions. Below the 28 mansions were the 36 Big Dipper stars. Below the 36 Big Dipper stars were the 72 earthly fiend stars. Below the 72 earthly fiend stars were the first-rate stars, second-rate stars, third-rate stars, and unrated stars. Only experts with a star source star above the 72 earthly fiend stars could practice cultivation to the pinnacle realm. In the state of Zhao, there were more than 50 princes and princesses, but only the crown prince and the 4th prince had awakened stars above the earthly fiend star. The 7th prince was intelligent and had an outstanding cultivation aptitude. Many people believed that he would obtain the 3 heavenly stars like the literati star and the martial star. The sacrificial ceremony would begin in a few days. Only then would the people of the crown prince and the 4th prince make a move against the 7th prince. No matter who you are, I won't let you off. After I succeed in my cultivation, I'll squish you all to repay the favor of borrowing this identity and memory. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated this world's secret method and began to absorb the star force drifting in the void to temper his fleshly body. Yang Feng has sealed his eternal force and used a bit of true spirit and the eternal God fruit incarnation fruit to refine a fleshly body. This fleshly body has no cultivation base. If he wants to practice cultivation, he will have to start from scratch. Only by practicing cultivation step by step and absorbing the universe's extraordinary force to temper his fleshly body and soul can he obtain the recognition of the universe's will and be able to contend against the universe's eternals in the future. In the following days, Yang Feng hid in his room and practiced cultivation. With his experience as a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, he easily modified this world's basic cultivation method and attracted a copious amount of star force to strengthen the foundation of his fleshly body. A few days later, concubine Mei came to Yang Feng's room and said, "Zhen, come with me. Let's go meet the Empress and ask her to grant you the star attraction ring." Yang Feng replied, "Yes, mother." In the star world, there are countless secret treasures that draw support from star force. The star attraction ring is a treasure that the major families and the royal family spend countless rare treasures of heaven and earth to refine. The star attraction ring can enhance the practitioner's affinity with the stars when participating in the sacrificial ceremony. The reason why the major families and the royal family have many powerhouses and geniuses is because they have a series of secret treasures, such as the star attraction ring as their foundation. Greetings, Empress. After passing through winding corridors, concubine Mei took Yang Feng to the palace where the Empress is located and bowed to her. "Rise." With a look, Yang Feng saw a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous silk sitting on the throne. She was graceful and had an extraordinary temperament. She was very beautiful, but she looked a little mean. This beautiful woman is the state of Zhao's Empress. Empress Zhao's words revealed traces of alienation and indifference. "Sister concubine Mei, what brings you here this time?" Concubine Mei said, "Empress Zhen has come of age and is about to participate in the sacrificial ceremony to awaken his life star. Empress, please grant him the star attraction ring." The corners of Empress Zhao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. "I have already prepared the star attraction ring for Zhen. However, a few days ago, Chun'er borrowed Jin'er's star attraction ring. Before he borrowed it, he said that he will return the star attraction ring to Zhen after a few days. He will definitely give Zhen a star attraction ring before participating in the sacrificial ceremony." Concubine Mei's pretty face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly. "Empress, the star attraction ring is related to Zhen'er's lifelong fate. How can I lend it to others? Besides, if Zhen'er can't obtain the star attraction ring before the sacrificial ceremony, how can he refine the star attraction ring and communicate with the fate star?" Every prince and princess will be bestowed the star attraction ring after they come of age. Empress, please grant the star attraction ring to my son. A cultivator could originally awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars, but with a top-notch star attraction ring, they might awaken the 36 celestial stars. A top-notch star attraction ring could completely change a person's fate during the sacrificial ceremony. Empress Zhao clearly didn't want Lu Zhen to obtain the great opportunity of the star attraction ring. Empress Zhao's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and her words were frigid as she said frigidly, "Concubine Mei, are you questioning my unfairness?" Concubine Mei looked up with a look of grief and indignation. "You!" Yang Feng pressed the back of Concubine Mei's head, and she fainted. "Empress, you're fair. My mother and I admire you very much. This time, I'm very presumptuous to disturb you, please forgive me. We'll be taking our leave." Yang Feng clapped his hands, and 2 palace maids came in and carried Concubine Mei away from the palace. Empress Zhao looked at Yang Feng's departing figure, her eyes flickered, and she said unhurriedly, "Lu Zhen, this kid is really not simple." A handsome young man walked out from the side with a smile on his face. "Seventh brother is naturally not simple. To be able to escape from a star grandmaster rank powerhouse is really beyond my expectations." The handsome young man was Crown Prince Li Xiong of the state of Zhao. In the Star World, cultivators were divided into Star Apostle, Star Knight, Great Warlock, Star Master, Starry Sky, Great Star Master, Moonlight, Star Spirit, Glorious Sun, Star Grandmaster, Bright World, Star Venerable, Infinity Warlock, Star Monarch, Star Sage, and Star Emperor. Chapter 1469. If a cultivator hasn't awakened their star, then no matter how they practice cultivation, they can only practice cultivation until the Star Apostle 9 stars. That is level 3 Warlock rank. Once they awaken their star, they can directly advance to a Star Scholar. Cultivators who awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars can directly advance to a Star Scholar. Peerless geniuses who awaken the 36 celestial Dipper stars and the Big Dipper stars can, with the help of Star Force, advance to a Star Master rank expert in one fell swoop. Once the peerless geniuses of the 3 celestial stars and 3 ominous stars awaken their star, they can ascend to the Great Star Master rank in one fell swoop. A Star Grandmaster rank powerhouse was equivalent to a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. For such an expert to assassinate an ant who hasn't even reached the Great Warlock rank, it couldn't be any easier. The Empress of the state of Zhao frowned slightly, saying, "The Imperial Palace is heavily guarded and protected by the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation. Even if it's a Star Master rank expert, it's very difficult to kill someone without anyone noticing. Assassinating someone in the palace is a bad plan. Once discovered by His Majesty, whether it's you or I, neither of us can bear the responsibility. There are many experts in the Imperial Palace, and the rules are strict. If assassins are allowed to run amok, then the Emperor won't be able to sleep well. Once he discovers that the Crown Prince has raised assassins to assassinate people in the palace, he will definitely depose the Crown Prince. Once the civil and military officials learn of this, they will be very disappointed and won't support the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince lowered his head and said, "Mother is right. It was I who didn't think it through." The Empress of the state of Zhao said, "Tell me, how should we deal with this matter?" The Crown Prince said with a smile, "Every prince will be given a top-notch star guiding ring after they reach adulthood. This is a rule set by the founder of the state of Zhao, and it can't be broken. We must give the top-notch star guiding ring to 7th brother before the sacrificial ceremony begins. However, the dog slave didn't take good care of it and damaged the star guiding ring. He deserves to die. When the time comes, we'll behead him and use his head to appease 7th brother." The Empress of the state of Zhao said with a satisfied smile, "Not bad. I'll leave this matter to you." After Concubine Mei woke up, she cried and complained to Yang Feng, which gave Yang Feng a lot of information. In the harem of the state of Zhao, the Empress was the most respected. Below the Empress were the 4 imperial noble concubines. Below them were the noble concubines, imperial 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 concubines. Concubine May was just a concubine, and she came from a poor family. She couldn't compete with the empress and imperial noble consort Zhen. The harem of Zhao was filled with beauties. The emperor of Zhao state only doted on concubine May, but he didn't dote on her exclusively. Under such circumstances, concubine May could not resist the empress's decision at all. The day before the sacrificial ceremony, the top star guiding ring belonging to the prince was delivered to Yang Feng. This star guiding ring has been tampered with. If this star guiding ring were to be used during the sacrificial ceremony, not only would it be useless, but it would also be drawn to those third-rate stars. What a vicious heart! Yang Feng picked up the star guiding ring and took a look at it. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly. Yang Feng was a top alchemist. After he advanced to the fifth firmament eternal realm, his alchemy reached an unimaginable level. As soon as he saw the star guiding ring, he analyzed its principle and understood that there was something fishy about it. The aptitude of the princes and princesses of the state of Zhao was much better than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, after they used the top star guiding ring, they would most likely be able to awaken a first-rate star and have the potential to practice cultivation until the star venerable realm. Once Yang Feng awakened a third-rate star in the future, he would only be able to practice cultivation until the star spirit realm at most. A prince who could only cultivate to the astral spirit realm was definitely a waste. It was impossible for him to obtain power, and it was impossible for him to obtain too many cultivation resources. Basically, he could only live a mediocre life as an idle prince. Even if such a prince was killed, the empress of the state of Zhao wouldn't say a word. The Heavenly Star Temple was located in the west of the state of Zhao's imperial palace. It was one of the most important palaces in the imperial palace. Every year, the awakening ceremony of the royal family would be held here. There were tens of thousands of people in the state of Zhao's royal family, and there would be people awakening every year. Of course, only when a prince came of age would it be so grand. On the throne in the Sky Star Hall, there sat a burly man dressed in a dragon robe, full of dignity. This man was the empress of the state of Zhao, Li Xingqian, who possessed star monarch rank might. Below the empress of the state of Zhao, there was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholarly robe and a burly bear-like general. The middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes was the prime minister of the state of Zhao, Huang Puqinghe, and the bear-like general was the state pillar general Zhou Tianshi. Huang Puqinghe and Zhou Tianshi were the two most powerful star saints in the state of Zhao, as well as the protectors of the state of Zhao. In the star world, the strongest powerhouses were star saints. As for star emperor rank powerhouses, they only appeared briefly in historical legends and then disappeared. Below the two guardian deities sat the concubines of the harem. Below them sat the princes, princesses, and courtiers. Next to the empress sat a peerless beauty with black hair and starry eyes. She looked like she could be squeezed at will. This peerless beauty was concubine Zhen, Li Xingqian's most beloved woman. Among the princes, there was one who was far more handsome than the others. This prince was concubine Zhen's eldest son, the fourth prince Li Guanghai. In the center of the hall, there was a square, and in the center of the square, there was an altar. Around the square stood dozens of 16-year-old boys and girls. Seventh brother, thank you for lending me your star-attracting ring. This time, I'll definitely awaken a high-grade star to repay you. A handsome young man with snow-white skin and an air of nobility walked up to Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with ridicule, and he smiled coldly. This young man was concubine Zhen's fourth son Li Chun. He deliberately borrowed Li Zhen's star-guiding ring, and now came to provoke Yang Feng. If Yang Feng's embodiment of Li Zhen got angry here, and was expelled from the awakening ceremony, that would be exactly what Li Chun wanted. Yang Feng glanced at Li Zhen and smiled contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. His gaze shifted and fell on the vast starry sky. 13th Prince, this is the heavenly star sacrificial ceremony, a serious matter. Please conduct yourself with dignity. A very beautiful girl with black hair, snow-white skin, an oval face and picturesque features came over and warned coldly. Li Chun's eyes flashed with adoration, and he said carefully, I know Tiantian. The beautiful girl in front of him was called Sun Tiantian. She was the daughter of Major General Sun Dang, and a famous cultivation genius of the younger generation. She was the genius most likely to awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars or more. She was the dream lover of many people of the royal family's younger generation. This Li Jun looks a little different from before. He seems to have become even more extraordinary. Sun Tiantian looked at Yang Feng, who exuded an ethereal aura, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic glint. She shifted her gaze and looked at the altar. A eunuch said, the sacrificial ceremony officially begins. 4 strong men dragged a 100-meter-long star flood dragon with cyan scales and a pair of wings on its ribs onto an altar. The eyes of Li Xingchen, who was sitting in the seat of honor, flickered coldly. Countless wisps of star force revolved around him, and he waved his hand. A star saber descended from the sky and slashed at the star flood dragon's head. The star flood dragon was sliced in two, and its blood splattered on the ground. Rays of mysterious light appeared and absorbed the blood and soul of the star flood dragon. A beam of light flew out of the altar and into the sky. In an instant, stars appeared in the sky, and beams of starlight descended from the sky and were attracted to the altar. On the altar, the star guiding rings on the dozens of youngsters radiated dazzling light, absorbed the star force flowing from the youngsters, condensed into a stream, and entered the sky to communicate with the stars. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, took off the star guiding ring, threw it on the ground, stepped on it and crushed it. The pupils of the state of Zhao's empress constricted slightly. He found out. Li Xingchen's gaze constricted slightly, and his eyes shimmered with displeasure. Huang Puqinghe and Zhou Tianshi glanced at him expressionlessly, as if they hadn't seen anything. He crushed the star guiding ring. Sure enough, he's being targeted. The 7th prince is so smart, but unfortunately, he's too shallow. Looks of pity could be seen from the crowd of officials. Starlight emerged from Yang Feng and formed a beam of light that pierced into the sky, carrying an overbearing aura, as if a great emperor commanding the stars in the sky. A white star containing a mysterious power emerged from the void. After the white star emerged, the myriad of stars dimmed. No starlight descended from the sky. Only the white star suppressed the world. The literati star of the 3 heavenly stars. It's the literati star. The 7th prince actually communicated with the literati star. Amazing. The literati star, one of the 3 heavenly stars. The state of Zhao hasn't had anyone communicate with the 3 heavenly stars for 100 years. The 7th prince actually communicated with the literati star. The state of Zhao will prosper. When the officials of the kingdom of Zhao saw this, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they were filled with excitement. Crown Prince Li Xiong looked at the literati star in the sky, his face twisted, his eyes filled with jealousy, and he roared inside. The literati star! How is this possible? How could he awaken the literati star? Why isn't it me? Why isn't it me who awakened the literati star? Chapter 1470. The 4th Prince Li Guanghai's face was also twisted, filled with jealousy. The literati star, one of the 3 heavenly stars. Why was it him? Why is it that the son of this lowly servant girl is favored by literati star? The eyes of the empress of the state of Zhao flashed with a haze, and she gritted her teeth. One of the 3 heavenly stars. Damn it! This brat must die. 2 streams of tears flowed down concubine May's beautiful eyes. She was filled with excitement. Literati star's blessing. My good Jun, has actually obtained the literati star's favor. Finally we mother and son can enjoy the good times. Huang Puqinghe's eyes flashed with jealousy as he looked at the literati star in the sky. He muttered, Literati star, It's actually the literati star, one of the 3 heavenly stars. How enviable. The natal star that Huangpu Qinghe had awakened was the Earthhorn star, one of the 72 Earth Fiend stars. In order to advance to become a star saint, he had no choice but to travel around the 3 nations and kill all the experts who had awakened the Earth Edge star fate. He monopolized the Earth Edge star fate and spent countless resources and time to advance to become a star saint. If Huangpu Qinghe had awakened one of the 3 heavenly stars, the literati star, with his talent and hard work, he might have already advanced to the legendary Star Emperor. Zhou Tianshi looked at the star in the sky, and his eyes flashed with a complicated look. Literati star. Looks like my state of Zhao is going to have a lot of trouble from now on. If the Crown Prince Li Xiong awakened the literati star, then his position as the Crown Prince was almost as stable as Mount Tai. However, Li Zhen, a prince whose mother's family was weak and unloved, had awakened literati star. One could imagine how big of a wave it would set off in the state of Zhao. Li Xingqian looked at the literati star in the sky with an expressionless face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Li Chun looked at the literati star in the sky and was in so much pain that he wanted to vomit blood. Literati star! He actually awakened literati star. How could this be? Sun Tiantian looked at the domineering literati star in the sky, and her eyes flashed with shock. Literati star, one of the 3 heavenly stars, literati star. Unbelievable. Still not enough. Come to me. Standing quietly on the square, Yang Feng looked up and barked. A fearsome starlight flew out of Yang Feng and entered the sky again. A star that was temporarily releasing a red light emerged from the void, competing with the literati star, and emitting a light that wasn't any weaker than the literati star. Martial Song Star. That's the Martial Song Star. Twin heavenly stars. The 7th prince's talent is actually this strong. Twin heavenly stars. Dual heavenly star blessing. That's a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. The previous Star Emperor was blessed by the twin heavenly stars. He was invincible in both literature and martial arts, sweeping away all other experts of the same level. With the blessing of 2 heavenly stars, the state of Zhao will prosper. In the Heavenly Star Hall, the officials were in an uproar, discussing spiritedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and agitation. Once one of the natal stars of the 3 heavenly stars, and the 3 ominous stars was awakened, it was already a monster-level genius that was rarely seen in a country in 100 years. Blessed by the twin stars, both civil and martial, he was a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. In a one-on-one fight, he could sweep through all enemies in the world. Twin heavenly stars, civil and military alike. Why did the heavens love him so much? I'm the Crown Prince. I'm the Crown Prince of the state of Zhao. Crown Prince Li Xiong's face twisted, his hands clenched, and drops of blood dripped from his hands to the ground. 4th Prince Li Guanghai's face twisted, and his teeth almost shattered. Damn it! Li Zhen, damn you! There was a flash of jealousy in Huangpu Qinghe's eyes, and he sighed faintly. Civil and military alike. If he doesn't die, he can casually advance to a star monarch in the future. Advancing to a star sage is only a matter of effort. How enviable! The state of Zhao had a population of more than 3 billion, yet only 2 star sages were born. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to advance to a star sage. Even geniuses who awakened 36 celestial dipper stars would find it extremely difficult to advance to a star sage. With the blessing of the twin heavenly stars, as long as Yang Feng practiced cultivation diligently and had enough resources, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in advancing to a star sage. Zhou Tianxi's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Civil and military alike. Unfortunately, he's not the Crown Prince. Sun Tiantian looked at the 2 stars in the sky, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Civil and military alike. That's heaven-defying. Not enough. Star of the North Star, come out. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a starlight flew out of him and entered the sky. Ripples flickered, and a star exuding purple Empyrean chi emerged and shone with the civil and military stars, even suppressing the 2 stars. The star exuding purple Empyrean chi is the head of the three heavenly stars, Ziwei star. Ziwei star. It's actually the head of the three heavenly stars, Ziwei star. The three heavenly stars have come out. How is this possible? Three heavenly stars favor a single person. This is the number one person through the ages. Three heavenly stars favor a single person. This is a star emperor seed. Three heavenly stars favor a single person. This is a natural-born human emperor. The surrounding officials were all dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. In the star world, three heavenly stars favor a single person. Only in ancient times, the transcendental age, when countless powerhouses fought each other, such a peerless genius has appeared. In ancient times, star beasts and star demons were the rulers of this world, while humans were just slaves and food for star beasts and star demons. After countless studies, human sages finally learned how to offer sacrifices to stars, awaken star fate, practice cultivation, and fight star beasts and star demons. Among humans, the first human to receive the favor of three heavenly stars became the first human emperor and led the human race to establish a human state in the star world. In the following years, a human who received the favor of three heavenly stars will be born in each era, who will be crowned as the human emperor and lead the human race to fight star beasts and star demons. After the 7 great emperors, humans finally defeated the star beasts and star demons, driving them to a remote and desolate land. After the 7 human emperors, humans have never received the favor of 3 heavenly stars in the star world. Stunned, Huang Puqing stared at Yang Feng on the square. A natural-born human emperor. He's actually a natural-born human emperor. Zhou Tianshi smiled bitterly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. A natural-born human emperor. I was born at the wrong time. In ancient times, if humans had mortal enemies like star beasts and star demons, a person who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars would definitely receive the support of the entire human race, become the human emperor, and lead the human race to fight star beasts and star demons. But now that star beasts and star demons have been expelled to the wilderness, and the 3 states are at war, a natural-born human emperor, who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars might not have a good future. Zhou Tianshi looked at Li Xingqian, and saw that Li Xingqian's face was expressionless, but his hands were clenched into fists, and blue veins were protruding. The empress of the state of Zhao looked at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. 3 stars dazzle the world, a natural-born human emperor. Good, good, good. You're dead this time. Even if you're a natural-born human emperor, you must die for blocking my way. Crown Prince Li Xiong stared at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky. His eyes flashed with a touch of frenzied killing intent, and he looked at the 4th Prince Li Guanghai. Li Zhen must die. The 4th Prince Li Guanghai and the Crown Prince Li Xiong's gazes met, and they both emitted terrifying killing intent. At this moment, the 2 mortal enemies unexpectedly became telepathic. Sun Tiantian looked at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky, and was somewhat confused. 3 stars dazzle the world, a natural-born human emperor. He's actually a natural-born human emperor. How? Why can't I see it? Li Zhen was indeed very smart since childhood, and his cultivation talent was far superior to that of other young princes in the imperial family. But it was practically impossible to reach the level of a natural-born human emperor. Sun Tiantian didn't think that Li Zhen was a natural-born human emperor. Li Chun was so depressed that he wanted to spit blood. A natural-born human emperor? How is this possible? How can he be a natural-born human emperor? Impossible. Impossible. The 3 heavenly stars blossomed with resplendent starlight, turned into 3 pillars of starlight, and fell on Yang Feng. Under the illumination of the endless starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and advanced to an star warrior. Without any pause, after a few breaths of time, Yang Feng's aura broke through and reached the Star Master realm. After staying in the Star Master realm for a short while, Yang Feng's aura broke through again, and advanced to the Great Star Master realm. He stayed in the Great Star Master realm for a while before advancing to the Star Spirit realm. Star. He had reached the heavens in a single step, skipping 4 realms in a row, and directly advanced to the star spirit realm. As expected of a natural-born human emperor. 3 stars dazzle the world, a natural-born human emperor. How terrifying. In ancient times, once an innate human emperor awakened, he would be able to fight against star beasts. It seems like the rumors were true. This is what it means to be a natural-born human emperor. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd of courtiers who were watching the fight. Astral spirit rank experts were already comparable to glorious dawn warlocks. Even in the star world, they were already experts who dominated a region. Many of the overlords of small cities were also astral spirit rank experts. Prior to this, Yang Feng's avatar Li Zhen was just a level 3 warlock. But once he awakened his star, he ascended to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse in a single bound. From this, it can be seen how much progress he made. In the name of the North Star, I command you to summon the sky leading star. Yang Feng looked at the sky and barked domineeringly. The North Star flashed, and a purple ray entered the sky. The sky leading star appeared in the void with the sky leading star. Chapter 1471. Sky Leading Star. In the name of the Purple Star Lord, I order you to form a contract with this woman. Yang Feng pointed at Sun Tiantian and shouted into the sky. The heavenly leading star flashed, and a beam of light directly fell from the sky and entered Sun Tiantian's body. Illuminated by the light of the sky leading star, Sun Tiantian's aura rose steadily and broke through until she advanced to the Great Star Master realm. The legend that the purple star can control many stars and command the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiend stars to form contracts with people is actually true. In history, there have been people who awakened the purple star, but they could only command the 72 earthly fiend stars. How can he command the 36 celestial stars? That's the head of the 36 celestial stars, the sky leading star. To obey his orders, that's heaven-defying. He is the innate human emperor who obtained the 3 brilliant stars, so he can naturally command the 36 celestial stars. The innate human emperor. To have such incredible power. No wonder he can lead the humans to defeat star beasts and star demons. The gazes of the heavenly star temple's ministers fell on Yang Feng, filled with scorching light. In the star world, a single star could form a contract with many humans and become those humans' natal stars. Yang Feng's embodiment of the 3 brilliant stars, the innate human emperor could command the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiend stars to release star force and become a cultivator's life star. This ability was simply heaven-defying. It should be noted that even among the imperial family with the most resources and experts, only the crown prince and the 4th prince formed contracts with 36 celestial stars or more. The rest of the imperial family's younger generation geniuses formed contracts with 72 earthly fiend stars at most. Most of them only formed contracts with first or second-rate life stars. As long as Yang Feng was given 16 years, he could create a large number of elites among elites. Relying on this ability, the ancient human emperors were surrounded by as many experts as clouds in the sky. This was how they were able to contend against the tyrannical star beasts and star demons. In the square, the young men and women of the imperial family and the aristocrats stared at Yang Feng with longing in their eyes, hoping that he could light a star for them, be it the celestial dipper star or the earthly fiend star. They were both natal stars that they dreamed of. After Yang Feng lit a star for Sun Tiantian, he stood quietly in the square, not saying a word. In the sky, the 3 heavenly stars flickered faintly and disappeared. The 10,000 stars that were suppressed by the 3 great heavenly stars appeared. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and sprinkled on the bodies of the young men and women below, allowing them to directly break through and advance to the Star Warrior realm. No! How could this be? 3rd-rate star. How could this be? I clearly have a top-notch star attraction ring. How could I contract a 3rd-rate star? No! I don't want it. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching howl rang out from the square. Li Chun's face contorted into a vicious expression as he howled madly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Chunner, when Zhenfei saw this, a sinister look flashed across her beautiful face. She let out a heart-wrenching roar. Li Chun was one of Zhenfei's most beloved sons. Now that he had contracted a third-rate star, his future was ruined. Moreover, in the contract square, he suffered a backlash from Star Force and became a cripple. Henceforth, he could only linger on as an ordinary person. This naturally made Zhenfei's heart ache. 2 guards stepped forward and carried Li Chun away. What a ruthless method! This is a natural-born human emperor. With a word, he can ascend to heaven. With a thought, a natural-born human emperor is really heaven-defying. No wonder the ancient humans respected the human emperor. If such an evildoer was an enemy, it would simply make people despair. When the courtiers saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Li Chun was one of the princes. He had the best cultivation methods, the best teachers, the best cultivation resources, the best sacrificial rituals, and the best star attraction ring. Under these circumstances, even if Li Chun couldn't sign a contract with the 36 celestial dipper stars, or the 72 earthly fiend stars, but he was still assured of signing a contract with a first-rate fate star. Now that he was forced to sign a fate star contract with a third-rate star, this was definitely Yang Feng's doing. When Empress Zhao saw this scene, her pupils constricted. What a ruthless method! This boy can't be allowed to live. Above the plaza, rays of starlight cascaded down. The majority of the youths had signed a fate star contract with a first-rate star. Only an extremely small portion of them had signed a fate star contract with a second-rate or third-rate star. After the ceremony was over, the myriad stars disappeared, and the sky regained its calm. Sun Tian's sweet eyes flashed with gratitude, and she said with a sweet smile, "Seventh Prince, thank you for helping me select the leading sky star as my fate star." Yang Feng responded indifferently. It was nothing. With Yang Feng's strength, if he wasn't afraid of the eternal sovereigns of this world, he could have the 3 stars descend at the same time, sign a contract, and have Star Force descend to cleanse his marrows and meridians. Attracting a heavenly leading star was as easy as lifting a finger for him. Sun Tiantian hesitated for a moment, and then warned. Dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor. If it was in ancient times, it would naturally be a great thing. But now is different. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of assassins from other countries, but you also have to be careful of your own country. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yang Feng's dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor, has blocked the path of who knows how many people, and aroused the jealousy of who knows how many people. Coupled with the fact that he isn't a crown prince, but just a humble prince without a mother's family, he will definitely become a thorn in the side of many people. Yang Feng nodded slightly and strode away. Be careful of His Majesty. When he was about to leave the square, Sun Tiantian's voice transmission entered Yang Feng's ears. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Be careful of His Majesty. In other words, the talent I displayed has made the state of Zhao's emperor feel apprehensive? The royal family has no familial ties. Emperors are very afraid of an adult crown prince, fearing that their power will be seized. A prince with dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor, like Yang Feng, is a greater threat than a crown prince. As long as Yang Feng is given a certain amount of time, the major families in the imperial capital will be bribed by him. After all, they are eager to give birth to geniuses who can contract the 36 celestial dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars. After the awakening ceremony, countless families in the imperial capital sent invitations to Yang Feng, inviting him to participate in various gatherings. In the imperial palace, no one dared to make things difficult for Yang Feng's avatar of the 7th prince. They regarded him as a prince on the same level as the crown prince and the 4th prince. Li Xingchen also bestowed him various precious resources needed for cultivation in the star spirit realm. After Yang Feng obtained the resources, he entered secluded cultivation, and comprehended the mysteries of the universe. His cultivation base made rapid progress. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the seventh prince has awakened 3 heavenly stars and possesses both ability and integrity. He is specially conferred the title of General of the Southern Expedition and will lead the Star Snake Battalion to the Red Star Fortress to provide support. A eunuch came to Yang Feng's residence and read the imperial edict. "Thank you, His Majesty." Yang Feng got up from the ground and received the imperial edict. The eunuch said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, "Seventh Prince, His Majesty has ordered you to set out for the Red Star Fortress within 3 days. You must arrive within 1 month." Yang Feng replied indifferently, "Got it." The eunuch waited for a while. When he saw that there was no filial piety, he snorted coldly and left. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "The Red Star Fortress is on the border between Zhao and Wei. The war between Wei and Zhao was the most dangerous war between the 2 countries. Almost every year, the Red Star Fortress is attacked. The Marshal of the Red Star Fortress is a subordinate of the Crown Prince. It seems that Li Xingqian can't bear it anymore and wants me to throw away my life. The battlefield is dangerous, and anything can happen. In ancient times, the 7 human sovereigns of the human race died on the battlefield while fighting star beasts and star demons. Li Xingqian couldn't deal a fatal blow to Yang Feng, but once Yang Feng arrived at the Red Star Fortress, as long as the Marshal of the Red Star Fortress issued a few suicide missions, Yang Feng would have no choice but to throw away his life. Otherwise, a charge of disobeying a military order would be enough to behead Yang Feng. Yang Feng went directly to the Star Snake Battalion. Wang Tiannan, the deputy commander of the Star Snake Battalion, greets General Zheng Nan. As soon as he stepped into the Star Snake Battalion, a valiant-looking young general dressed in silver armor came forward and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at Wang Tiannan and saw through him. A Pinnacle Star Spirit Realm expert, not bad. Yang Feng said coldly, "Rehearse the formation." "Yes." Wang Tiannan quickly assembled the 500 officers and soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion and began to rehearse the formation. The 500 soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion were all star warriors who had awakened their natal stars. After they formed a huge formation, with Wang Tiannan as the core, countless starlight energies resonated. A huge star snake that was 100 meters long and emitted the terrifying aura of a peak star grandmaster floated in the void. In the star world, after the elite soldiers formed a large formation, they could besiege and kill top powerhouses. 100,000 of the most elite soldiers formed a star formation, and they could even besiege and kill a star sage rank powerhouse. The capital of the state of Zhao was composed of 300,000 of the most elite royal guards. Among the 300,000 elite royal guards, the most ordinary soldiers were great Star Master rank powerhouses. 100,000 royal guards could besiege and kill a Star Sage rank powerhouse. It was for this reason that Star Sage rank powerhouses rarely acted as assassins and went to the capitals of other states to assassinate the monarchs of other states. At the borders of the 3 states, there was also the underlying strength that could resist Star Sage rank powerhouses. If a Star Sage rank powerhouse went to assassinate a monarch alone, there was a great chance that he would be killed. After watching the Star Snake Battalion's martial arts practice, Yang Feng ordered, "Set out." "Yes." Wang Tiannan responded respectfully and set out with the 500 officers and soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.